Hi there, I'm meteorologist Corey Thompson,
I'm meteorologist AJ Rickman.
and we've been monitoring the severe weather situation here in eastern Iowa this afternoon. A couple of warnings have been issued, clusters of storms in north central, northeast Iowa that are tracking to the east. At this point, staying relatively unorganized, but they have produced some reports of severe weather.
They have. We've seen some reports of hail across the area. Gusty winds of well have been the primary concerns, which is what was going to be the concern if these storms were to have turned severe today, would be that gusty wind and hail threat.
It does appear so. So let's go ahead and just get right into it and show you where the storms are right now. That is an area of severe thunderstorm warning off to the north. Two of them, they're right on the edge of two National Weather Service offices, which is why they are kind of one storm, two warnings. It's not a different threat between the two. This one goes until 3:45 for Chickasaw, Fayette, and Floyd counties. You can see it's southeastern Floyd, southern Chickasaw, and western Fayette counties. West Union, Fayette, not included in that warning. Northern Bremer County, as well as northeastern Butler County, but it does not include the city of Waverly. Waverly is just on the edge of some of that heavier rain. I'm going to turn on a somewhat closer look at the storm, a little more precise view of it from the National Weather Service radar in La Crosse, Wisconsin. See, it's a pretty good cluster of storms with lots of heavy rain, and there is plenty of lightning to go around too as we turn on Lightning Tracker. So you will have both of those with those storms. But the threat is also for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds as they continue off to the east. Now, speed has been modest, but also not super slow, which is good. Let's get these in and out, if that would be helpful for people's Friday evening plans. So they're moving at about 40 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and pause the radar, take off the lightning for a second, and see where these particular storms are headed. Now, they've generally been moving a little bit east, but they're starting to maybe show a little sign of a slight southeast jog, so we'll put it just slightly south of east. So near Tripola at about 3:30, Sumner at 3:39, Fayette at 4:01, Oelwein closer to 4:07, Arlington in Fayette County at about 4:16, and then we get into Clayton County with Elkader at 4:29. If you are hearing our voices from the Backbone State Park area, that'll be about 4:36, and Guttenberg approaching 5 o'clock along the Mississippi River. Please seek shelter indoors as these storms approach your area, even if they aren't severe. Of course, lightning can certainly be very dangerous, and you'll just want to get out of the rain. It's going to be a pretty heavy downpour, and you can see the extent of these storms. They stretch about 2 counties wide in that cluster. So the initial start doesn't mean that you're going to be done right away. So if it's moving at about 40 miles per hour, they're about 40 miles wide. So this particular cluster of storms may take about an hour to get through. And so you'll want to spend some time indoors until they pass. And we always say 30-30 rule, right, AJ? 30 seconds after you hear thunder, go inside. 30 minutes after the last time you hear thunder is when you can go back outside.
Yep, and of course, a good kind of pairing right there with that rule. When thunder roars, head indoors.
Yep, that's the simple one. But
Absolutely.
You've got to look at Pinpoint Futurecast, kind of the latest thoughts about where things may be headed.
Yes, so latest data does have these storms moving off to kind of just like we've talked about, just a little bit south of east. But the other thing we're keeping an eye on, there is an approaching cold front. It's not a particularly strong cold front. It's not going to bring cold air per se, but drier and nicer for your Saturday. Of course, before we get to that point, that front will spark shower and storm development along it. By the time we get to 5 o'clock, we're going to be seeing that activity pushing off towards Prairie du Chien, moving through Waterloo, approaching Fayette as well. It will continue from that point to move off to the east and southeast. By the time we get to about 7 o'clock, we'll see that activity getting into Cedar Rapids, Dubuque, getting close to Iowa City as well, and starting to dive south towards the Interstate 80 corridor. As we go through the evening and overnight hours, these storms are not only going to be moving off to the south and beginning to exit the area, but they might lose just a little bit of strength as we get and start to lose some of that daytime heating. By the time we get to 9 o'clock, they're getting along and south of Interstate 80. By 9 p.m., if you're north of Highway 20 being impacted by now, or being currently impacted, you'll be well in the clear by that point. Looks like most areas north of Highway 30 by 9 p.m. should be in the clear. Areas south of that line, though, still going to want to stay weather aware and watch for those showers and storms. By the time we get to 10 p.m., storms continue to track off towards the south near Oskaloosa, Washington, Mount Pleasant. Starting to get out of our area by 11 p.m. and by midnight, looks like storms are done with our area. We do still have a severe thunderstorm watch and that remains in effect until 10 p.m., so tracks pretty well with the timing for what we're looking at as those storms continue to track off to the east and southeast. Primary threats, a lot like what we have seen so far: damaging winds, large hail. Those are going to be your primary threats with these storms as they are moving through the area. Doesn't look like there's much of a tornado threat at this point, but that's something we'll be keeping a close eye on throughout the afternoon, and we'll of course be breaking in with warnings or with information with any warnings that come up, whether they're severe thunderstorm or in the off chance of a tornado related. But again, right now, primary threats: damaging wind, large hail, and we will continue to be tracking that as we go through the rest of the afternoon and evening. But again, for right now, it's areas north of Highway 20 that are seeing the primary impact from those showers and storms. As that front approaches, we are expecting a little more development to pop up along it. Also seeing some activity down along into Grundy County as well. These are not severe warned, but with these storms moving through, likely going to be some locally heavy rainfall. And turn the lightning on here to get a look at that lightning tracker. Yeah, frequent lightning as well with that storm cell that is also moving into Grundy County as of right now. So if you're near Parkersburg, Grundy Center, that storm, or anywhere between those two cities, storm currently moving your direction along Highway 20. If you or anyone you know is driving along that route, get ready for some locally heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, possibly some reduced visibility as you're driving through the heaviest rain within that storm. In terms of the severe storm, a little farther north, looks like they have trimmed away the warning that was in effect for Bremer County. Continuing to see that warning in Chickasaw and Fayette. That is in effect until 3:45. Again, primary threats with this storm: 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Have gotten some other, again, seen some reports of some hail as we have gone through the last hour or so as these storms have moved into eastern Iowa. And we'll take just a second to see if we can take a look at some of those storm reports and see what kinds of sizes with the hail that we have seen. So give me just 1 second to pull up some of our local storm reports from the last couple of hours. And there we go. So we've got a couple of hail reports that were in the northwestern corner of our viewing area, some stretching back off towards Mason City. Let's get a look at some of these hail sizes if we can. So there we go. 1.3-inch hail reported in green at 254. That's going to be a little bigger than quarter size, not quite as big as a ping pong ball. Farther back towards Mason City, just to the north of Mason City, 1.5 inch hail. That's going to be about ping pong ball sized hail. And then further northwest of that, quarter-sized hail in Bryceland. So these storms do have a history of producing some pretty decent hail. They've got a history of producing some gusty winds as well. That's why that warning is in effect. And again, a storm that you'll want to take seriously if you are in the path of it. Currently, warning in effect for Chickasaw and Fayette counties as that storm continues to track off to the east. And it is something that we'll continue to, again, be tracking. Corey, I know you've been kind of checking city cams, seeing anything there.
Yeah, there's our Waverly city cam. Storms are moving in. Waverly not included in the warning. They've got heavy rain and obviously some gusty wind too. The Bremer County warning only went until 3:30 in the National Weather Service. Let it lapse without any additional information. So I don't know if they intended to. I don't know if they picked the storm as weekend. We don't know what they're thinking. So while the heaviest portion of the storm, to my eye, appears to be in Bremer County, it's currently not included in a warning of any type. But I would say if you live in Bremer County, to still obviously be seeking shelter indoors and staying away from windows. Could be some pretty strong winds at the very least, and maybe some of that hail mixed in, like AJ was saying. Some of those reports have been hail-wise. Trying to get a view from our Old-Line City Cam, but still working on it. So we are figuring that out as we go along.
And these storms, as they're moving through and we're kind of getting new looks at them, both on city cams and radar, they've certainly got an environment that's fairly favorable for them. So before we jump into temperatures and dew points, we'll take another look at where those storms currently are situated. again, just to the northwest of Waterloo, just to the west of Fayette. As these storms continue to track off to the east and eventually a little more of a southeasterly track is what's anticipated as they continue to move through this evening. They're in a fairly favorable environment. We've got temperatures right now that aren't excessively hot. We're in the 80s, but there's plenty of moisture to go with that warmth that we do have. Currently 82 in Cedar Rapids, 84 in Iowa City, Waterloo at 83. And then when you look at the dew points, there's plenty of moisture in the air for these storms to work with. 71 in Manchester is your dew point, 71 in Waterloo, and 73 in Cedar Rapids. So no shortage of moisture for these storms to take advantage of and produce that heavy rainfall, as well as some of that hail as those updrafts get stronger within those storms. So a favorable environment, and that again is why there is a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for a good portion of eastern Iowa, because these storms have a history of being strong to severe, and with that front pushing into a warm and humid air mass, going to be plenty of opportunity for those storms to maintain their strength and continue to track through and produce that risk for damaging wind and large hail through the rest of this afternoon and evening. So again, something that we will be keeping a close eye on as we go leading up to our 4 o'clock news, and of course during the newscast we will, as necessary, break in with any new warnings and new information there. But for the time being, again, showers and storms moving into areas along and north of Highway 20. Those are the primary areas getting impacted, but as we go through the rest of the evening, would expect to see more of eastern Iowa getting in on the action. So you'll want to make sure that you have ways to receive warnings. NOAA Weather Radio, a great option for getting warnings as they are issued. You can also go ahead and have the KCRG First Alert Weather app downloaded to your phone. That is good for providing any warnings that are specific to your location, and it'll follow you wherever you go as well. Also has radar so that you can keep an eye on those storms on the go and see where they are in relation to you. So in the meantime, again, that's primarily for areas along and north of Highway 20 that have that highest threat for strong to severe storms. And we'll continue to be tracking these storms through the rest of this afternoon.
That is correct, as we always do. AJ's been giving you the broader view. You can see that there is a little bit of activity trying to line up farther to the southwest, so along that cold front or out ahead of it potentially. I think the front may actually be a little bit closer to Fort Dodge. There's some stuff back there too.
I'm seeing that little faint line. That's what it, yep, right along there. That looks like the front.
Yeah, so it's a little ahead of it. And so the front would actually be right about here, right about now. So behind the front, I assume things are really turning probably at least drier. Dew points really shot up today. Not a lot, not a big drop up in northwest Iowa just yet, but it just moved through pretty recently. So there's, in southern Minnesota, South Dakota, dew points are back in the low to mid 60s, but it's still 70 in Spencer. So still pretty juicy up that direction, but we're in the mid 70s here in eastern Iowa. So the humidity is not short, that's for sure. So heavy rain, it looks pretty probable with storms. Wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing a little hail in Bremer County like we were discussing earlier. I forget, did you show the storm reports earlier, AJ?
Did show some of the storm reports. We had a little bit of hail in the northwestern corner of our viewing area, and then some back towards Mason City as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's been basically the extent of it so far has been mostly hail, which is not the worst thing in the world. Certainly you don't want to see it in your neighborhood, but sometimes the damage is a little bit more localized when there's hail involved than in other spots. And so far the reports have been relatively modest too. I think the largest was ping pong ball size, maybe back by Mason City.
Yeah, that's what I was seeing.
Yeah, so visible satellite kind of highlights where we've got plenty of clear skies, plenty of warmth and humidity out ahead of this front. And then you've got storms trying to develop farther southwest, but again, not necessarily having a ton of success just yet down this part of the storm. Something that will bear watching again for more of that area, because we've got that watch that extends all the way down, as AJ highlighted earlier, as far south as Washington. So we're going pretty far south with it. Obviously it goes until 10 o'clock tonight, so it's also going to cover a lot of time, not just a lot of space. So really sort of encompassing the whole opportunity for storms for the rest of the evening. something to watch out for there. But you can see even the latest look to put on pinpoint down for the radar again. If we take a close look toward central Iowa, you can see just a little bit of new development, even just north of Des Moines, to be near Nevada and down toward Huxley. For folks familiar with central Iowa, a couple of small storms trying to develop. They're all moving pretty much due east, and it's been a little contrary to maybe what thought would have been going into the afternoon, that they would start to dive a little southeast. Maybe you can get a little bit of that here, where, let me pause this for a second. This is how far north we were an hour ago, roughly. And then here's where we're at now. So they are moving somewhat southeast, but not, the bigger movement is definitely to the east. The more significant motion is eastward, but it is making some southeastward progress too. But that's only, what, probably 10 miles? Yeah, thereabouts. So it's not making a ton of southeastward movement, but it is doing a little bit. So it will eventually affect more areas and more places, with the potential for strong to severe storms. So that is the possibility there.
And even if these storms don't end up turning severe in your area, with all of the moisture that's in the air, certainly going to be some locally heavy rainfall. And frequent lightning is what we've also seen, so definitely something to take seriously, and you'll want to make sure you're getting inside as these storms are moving through. There's a look at what it looks like inside the storm in our Waverly City Cam. That flag flying around there in the wind doesn't look terribly gusty, but a steady wind with that storm moving through, and again, that rainfall that is certainly going to be inevitable as these storms are moving through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, wouldn't want to be out in it, but yeah, I would also tend to agree with what you said. It is, those winds are strong, but there's probably a good reason why the National Weather Service didn't issue a new warning necessarily. They don't look damaging necessarily. I know our flag, or the flag visible here at Wartburg College, is a little worse for wear. It takes the brunt of it up on the rooftop there, but you can see the trees in the back now blowing a little harder. So gusty, but perhaps staying below severe limits. Obviously, even some of those non-severe but still very strong wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour can cause some minor tree damage, but in terms of more extensive damage or power outages, they become a little trickier or a little harder to achieve when the winds are that low, which is why the threshold for a severe thunderstorm is where it's at, because it's when chances get higher. You can see the winds, yeah, they do gust.
Oh yeah.
Coming in straight from the north as these storms move through. So we're looking generally west here on the city cam, and plenty of rain too.
Indeed, and it brings that rainfall, brings a little bit of a temperature relief too. Of course, today, you know, a little warmer and a little muggier than perhaps what we might have had yesterday. Not unbearable by any means, but you can see Charles City quite nice right now. 64, cool and comfortable after those storms have pushed through the area. That rain-cooled air really making it feel not quite like August up in that corner of the viewing area. Fayette, Prairie du Chien, Waterloo up in the upper 70s, low to mid 80s, and the rest of eastern Iowa seeing that right now. But as those storms move through, they'll pull down some of that rain-cooled air from the middle and upper levels of the atmosphere, and that'll bring a little bit of relief to a warm and muggy summer day. Not unseasonably so, but you know, it is August, and that's often what we see at this time of year. So we'll take a minute to kind of recap and review where these storms are headed from this point. So as we get towards your 5 o'clock hour, they're beginning to move towards Manchester, Prairie du Chien. We'll continue to watch those storms. Again, eventually track off towards the southeast as they've started to do. We're expecting that trend to continue through the evening. By the time we get to 7, getting close to Cedar Rapids, approaching Iowa City, getting near Dubuque as well. And then as we get towards 8 o'clock, continuing to push southeast towards the Interstate 80 corridor, getting south of that region as well. Then the rest of the night, by 9 p.m., showers and storms getting along and south of Highway 30. As we get towards 10, they're starting to push south of I-80. At that point, Oskaloosa, Washington, and Mount Pleasant seeing the bulk of the impact from the storms there. Then by midnight, they push south and out of the area, and behind it, some drier, more comfortable air does move in for the day on Saturday. So a nice day tomorrow to get outside, and if you're currently south of Highway 20. Not bad conditions necessarily for getting outside over the next hour or so, but again, keep in mind, those storms are currently sitting just off in the northwestern portion of our viewing area, and they are expected to continue to progress through the area as we go through this evening, and they're in an environment where they certainly could turn strong to severe. We've seen it already, and currently no warnings, but something we'll be watching.
Yeah, another situation, checking on North Lacrosse canceled, no, that's for Floyd County a little while ago. So they just got past its expiration time, again, without any extra notice. Usually the National Weather Service puts out a statement at the end to let you know why it was expiring. But no such luck this time around. We'll see what they have to do. But for now, with no warnings in effect, we're going to leave this stream up with the sort of weather information going for a little bit longer. We've got our First at 4 newscast coming up at 4 o'clock. First solar weather now is at 4:30. So there's a lot more weather information to come. And obviously, if conditions warrant, we'll be back here before we get things wrapped up, just in case conditions change between now and 4 o'clock. But you'll certainly be hearing from us then at the very latest. Thanks for tuning in, and stick with us. volume on the weather stream. We're just going to do a little update here, just to give you an idea of what's going on. That severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 10 o'clock. But most pressingly, early morning. Buchanan County. Winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour possible. Hail quarter to half dollar sized possible. As storms track the southeast at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. Latest updates from the National Weather Service. Some reports of gusty winds. National Weather Service suggesting a little bit of rotation in the storm's been identified, but no severe thunderstorm or no tornado warning to be issued as storms track off to the southeast. We'll be watching them very closely. More updates coming at the top of the hour.
as well as your reds that are kind of coming fairly close together, just to the southeast of Reedland. Reedland, thank you. Just to the southeast of Reedland. That's going to be your area right in there where there is that concern for the tightest rotation within that storm, and if it were to have a tornado on the ground, that is where that would be ongoing. If we were to switch over to our debris detection or our correlation coefficient and see what's going on inside of there, looks like nothing definitive. And the reason that I say that, a lot of times when you're looking for a tornado that is picking up debris, it would be a very, very small pinpoint type of blue spot. So yes, while you do see some blues and some greens in here, they're kind of spread out over a broad area. That to me indicates that there might be a little bit of feedback that's messing up our radar image there. Not seeing anything super definitive or super pinpoint that would determine or indicate that this storm is currently picking up debris. However, it is rotating, and clearly there's some tightening within that rotation. So just to the southeast of Reedland, that is currently where that area of rotation is, and the area of concern within this storm. So as it continues to track off to the south and east towards Olwine, Aurora, Independence, even though they are just outside of the warning, you're going to want to take this storm seriously and get down to your safe place as it continues to track in that direction.
And to fill in, the National Weather Service in the Quad Cities did issue that additional tornado warning for Buchanan County. It goes until 4:30 this afternoon. That is for the same storm. It's, again, right on the corner of these three National Weather Service offices, their areas of responsibility, which is why we've kind of got a piecemeal view here of a same warning, same storm, but just across three of those offices. Goes until 4:30 this afternoon. Still calling it an observed tornado as it approaches northern Buchanan County. Independence not necessarily included within this warning, but portions of northern Buchanan County are. If we could go ahead and switch to Max 1, or Max 2 rather, Adam, that'd be excellent. As the storm moves in, you can see moving in generally from the northwest. Most of this warning not where we are seeing heavy rain or gusty winds at this point, but the possibility of that rotation persisting and lasting for the next 15 to 30 minutes is out there. If you're joining us for TV9 News First at 4, we are monitoring a severe thunderstorm that has the potential to produce a tornado. It looks like it has, based on reports from Bremer County, and that's why several tornado warnings are in effect for portions of eastern Iowa. You can see it includes southeastern Bremer County, northeastern Blackhawk County, southern Fayette County, as well as northwestern Buchanan County. These run generally for the next 15 to 30 minutes. And so if you are within any of those red boxes, largely inside rural areas, but there are towns included, and that would be places such as Orrin, Fairbank, Hazleton, Olwine, even the Aurora area, even if you're in Independence, I would say keep a very close eye on this storm as it continues tracking off to the southeast. One of the things about this storm is that as it moves in, it will likely be fairly difficult to be able to see where the area of rotation or potential tornadic activity is, because there's plenty of heavy rain falling within the storm, something that we have observed from our various city cam points of view. Go ahead and grab the Olwine camera in just a moment here to take a look at it. But AJ, storm's certainly taking the most of their environment today. We had plenty of humidity built in, plenty of energy for these storms. This storm has been the strongest of the day by far.
It has been. We were tracking it as it moved into the northwestern corner of our viewing area, and it has continued to take advantage of the warm, moist air that is in place. If we can take a quick look over at Max 3, just kind of have a really brief overview of the conditions. Warm and moist air, temperatures in the 70s and 80s. Your dew points currently in the 70s. Those two things combined providing plenty of warmth, plenty of moisture for these storms to take advantage of and produce damaging winds, large hail, and as we can see now, that tornado threat. Latest report from the National Weather Service in Des Moines as of 3:55, there were still reports of brief touchdowns with this storm, so it is still that observed tornado tag that is with the warning. And again, this storm has been tracking off to the east, now starting to jog a little more south, but moving towards Olwine, eventually into Independence as it tracks through Bremer, Fayette, and Buchanan counties. That tornado warning, again, 3 different warnings because this is kind of the corner of 3 different National Weather Service offices like Corey mentioned, but consider it all warned for the same storm. Again, just tracking off to the southeast, confirmed tornado with that storm as it is moving off in that direction. Speeds with the storms have been about 40 miles an hour, so we'll go ahead and put a storm track on the rotating part of the storm and have a look at where it's going to be moving here over the next hour or so. So again, a speed off to the, at this point, more of a southeasterly direction at around 40 miles an hour. That's going to take this storm over the next hour off towards Olwine by 4:19, Stanley by 4:27, Aurora by 4:34, Winthrop by 4:39, Forestville by 4:49, and Manchester as we get to 4:58. So again, these storms in a very favorable environment. There's enough warmth and moisture within the atmosphere to continue to fuel their development, and the southeasterly turn of the storm likely does help a little bit with getting the storm motion oriented correctly with the wind speed at the surface, to essentially allow it to take advantage of its environment in such a way that it can start to rotate. And that is why we now have that tornado warning, and why this storm has now a history of producing some brief tornadoes, again, as we've been getting some reports from the National Weather Service.
In the control room, if we could take a look at Max 2 in a big box and Max 1 in the little box in the corner. Our Olwine City Cam is pointed that direction, so we'll take a look at it here in just a moment. At the time being, there is this storm that is producing the tornado warnings, and we'll take a look inside the storm here with our velocity view again. AJ just detailed the recent report from Buchanan County Emergency Management. Fairbank is on the far northern side of the county. There may have been a tornado sighted that direction, and so it would be more toward the portion of the storm still in far southeastern Bremer County, frankly, if you were based solely on the information we have from radar. But other reports have come into the National Weather Service of some potential brief tornado touchdowns from Buchanan County, which is intriguing in terms of its exact placement. But of course, if you were looking to the north, you potentially could see some of the storm from there. You can see the very dark and ominous sky on our CityCam view in the lower right-hand corner of your screen, where the storm is moving toward Olwine. In terms of the threatening portion of the storm, it is still, again, toward the west. The general rotation has been right near the county line of Bremer and Fayette counties as it's tracking to the east. You can see some of those blues and reds meeting together, and that is where the rotation is identified from the radar, which is located off to the upper right side of your screen. So that is where the La Crosse Weather Service radar is located. And that's the view that we have as the storm tracks to the southeast. If we put it in motion, you can see those reds and blues stay together for the whole time. And so they are tracking now a little bit more south of east, it looks now, than due east. So I'm going to pull back here just for a moment on our sort of traditional radar view, and it's starting to make more of that southeasterly jog, and so that could put Buchanan County more in line than Fayette County as it continues that type of motion. It could also indicate that the storm is strengthening a little bit. Sometimes storms in this type of environment, if they're moving what we call to the right of the other storms, if the rest of the storms are moving due east and this storm is moving southeast, that means that it is deflected off to the right, and it is making more of the environment given to it. Basically increases the potential for rotation. And so that is either going to manifest as the possibility of tornadoes or possibly some increased hail threat. We've seen some reports of that with storms up toward north central Iowa and parts of northwestern sections of the viewing area. So it's something to watch as these things continue to evolve. If they eventually join up down toward Grundy Center and up toward this cluster of storms with all the warnings, you could start to get more of a wind threat too. So lots of things that are potentially dangerous about this storm.
Definitely. We've, like you said, that history, the storm does have a history of producing hail, some damaging winds, now tornadoes with it, and it's beginning to impact more and more of eastern Iowa. So as it continues to track, now diving south, getting closer to the Highway 20 corridor, we are expecting these storms to continue to push through eastern Iowa, taking kind of that southeasterly turn in their direction as we go through the next several hours. So if we can take Max 3 for a second, I'll take just a second to kind of walk us through what we're expecting through the rest of the afternoon. By the time we get to 5 p.m., those storms continuing along and north of the Highway 20 corridor. By the time we get to 6 p.m., starting to push south of Highway 20, getting closer to Highway 30. By 7, these storms get closer to Cedar Rapids, getting through Manchester, approaching Dubuque, and then they'll push down towards Iowa City by the time we get to 8 p.m. By that point, by 8 o'clock, most areas north of Highway 20 are in the clear, and as we get towards 9 o'clock, areas along and north of Highway 30 are expected to be in the clear at that point. Areas south of there still seeing those showers and storms. At that point, some of them still could be strong to severe, and we'll continue to see as we get towards 10 and 11 p.m. those storms pushing south of Interstate 80. Quiet conditions are expected to return by midnight tonight, and we stay quiet through the overnight hours. So that is the good news with these storms as they are moving through. The threat is here now, but we're not going to be seeing it linger through the night tonight. So most folks will be able to rest easy once these storms move through. By the time, again, we get to about midnight, they're out of eastern Iowa. The rest of the night, quiet conditions are expected. But that severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 10 p.m. tonight. And that is, again, for storms capable of producing primarily damaging winds and large hail. But as we can also see currently, that tornado threat with these storms.
Yeah, let's take a look at Max 2 for the latest storm tracking off to the southeast about 35 to 40 miles per hour. Hazelton, it's really just a couple of minutes away in terms of some of the heavier rain and the threat for rotation, as well as portions near Bryantsburg, Stanley at about 4:16, Aurora closer to 4:23, Lamont at about 4:30. Now Lamont, you are not included in this tornado warning at this time. You are in a severe thunderstorm warning for the potential for those gusty winds and large hail, like AJ said. But if the storm maintains its strength, it would be bringing that rotation threat with it to your area. If you're closer to Winthrop, it'll be about 4:36, and Masonville at about 4:43. In terms of the portion of the storm that is most dangerous at this point, it's about to enter into northern Buchanan County. Sirens have been activated across much of Buchanan County, including in Independence, which is not included in this warning technically, but it is very close to that box. So the emergency managers there in Buchanan County kind of playing it safe at this point. You can see the area of rotation. We're kind of on the corner of those 3 radar sites, much like we're on the corner of those 3 offices area of responsibility. There's the rotation, right between Bremer, Blackhawk, Fayette, and Buchanan counties, and moving just a little bit east-southeast. So the Fairbank area, you still are very much in line for this rotation. It's right near you, right on top of you. Hazelton would be the next one. Fairbank is the area that the National Weather Service in the Quad Cities is watching extremely carefully as the storm approaches from the west. It's really, again, right in that area right now. And if you aren't in shelter yet, you really, really should be, as that storm is pretty threatening in terms of how it appears on radar. Other parts of the storm are likely to produce strong gusty winds. You can kind of see some signs of that on the lower right corner of your screen. There is a little bit of an indication of a bit of a shelf cloud in that area moving in, and that's kind of the leading edge of those stronger winds often, and so that's what we're seeing in our Oldline CityCam point of view. But basically, if you live anywhere within these red boxes, including northern Buchanan County, southern Fayette County, and anywhere in northeastern Blackhawk County, you should be in your shelter as that area of rotation approaches from the northwest.
Definitely, and that area of shelter can include the lowest level of your home, ideally a basement if you have one. If you don't have a basement, then lowest level, ground floor of your home, getting into an interior closet, a bathroom somewhere away from any windows. That is going to be your best bet there. Once you do go to your safe place, make sure that you have a good pair of shoes on your feet, just in case there is any broken glass in the area after the storm passes, but also make sure that you have something to cover your head. Could be a bike helmet for the kids or for yourself, a pillow, great option as well. And in addition to that, make sure that you are keeping a way to keep tabs on the storm with you when you're down in your safe place. That could be a mobile device where you can continue to track the storm with us on streaming as well as on our YouTube live stream as well. But continuing to track the storm, make sure you're keeping tabs on it so that you know when it is safe to come out of your safe area. Other things to note for tornado warning safety and ways you can keep yourself safe. When you are down in your safe place, get under something sturdy. And again, make sure that you are avoiding any windows, making sure that you are covering up your head. And again, if you have no basement, a small interior room is going to be your best bet there. With these storms continuing to move through, again, a favorable environment for them. Plenty of warmth, plenty of moisture, and that's why these storms have maintained their strength. And like we've talked about a couple times, as this tornado warned storm has moved from, or transitioned from, an easterly direction of motion to more southeasterly, that little bit of a jog to the south has set it up to where it's able to take advantage of some of the lower level winds and create just a little more rotation in the lower levels of the storm for itself. And that is why it started to rotate. And again, that observed tag, because the storm does have a history of producing a series of brief tornadoes. As it continues to track off to the southeast, continuing to see it maintain its strength. We'll take a brief look at the circulation in there, because it, again, is, as it's maintained its strength, we've been able to continue to see that storm maintaining its rotation as well. So right now, looks like the area of concern is going to be to the northwest of Independence, kind of tracking down into what looks to be Buchanan County at this point. Their tornado warning there in effect until 4:30. Again, as the storm continues to track off to the southeast, you'll want to make sure that if you are, of course, within the warning, you're down in your safe place. But even areas out ahead of this storm, including Independence, Manchester, you'll want to keep a close eye on it. Quasqueton, Winthrop, make sure that you are keeping a very close eye on this storm, as well as Masonville, as it continues to track in your direction. You're not currently in the warning, but the atmosphere is set up with enough warm, moist air where these storms have been able to maintain their strength. So you may very well find yourself in a warning as we go through the next couple of, or through the next several minutes.
In addition to those tornado threats, as AJ was describing, there is also the potential for some large hail. Latest update from the National Weather Service puts the potential hail size at about golf ball size, potentially. We're going to load our hail tracker here and see what we can see. You can see that the potential size has perhaps diminished just a little bit. We may have seen some pretty hefty hail in southeastern Bremer County, and there was one report there from the National Weather Service of some half-dollar sized hail. But this threat would be moving right along where that circulation is too, perhaps along in just the north. So while Olwine may miss out on the rotating area of the storm, which would be good news for them, they may see some hail as these move through, perhaps half-dollar sized or a little bit bigger. So certainly the threat is not past in the Fayette County area as storms track through. The latest update from the National Weather Service keeps the tornado warning going for southern Fayette County until 4:30, as well as northern Buchanan County until 4:30. There was a report from the emergency managers in Bremer County of some utility poles down in Bremer County. I believe our producer, Lauren, you had some notion of what the power outages? We had 660 people without power in Bremer County so far. Sometimes those numbers are a little bit lagging, and so we'll have to wait and see. I'm gonna go ahead and pull our camera in Olwine back to the right so you can see kind of the stronger winds and rain as they move into the Olwine area. Inside that tornado warning. It's in the lower right corner of your screen. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning for a large portion of Grundy, as well as northern Tama and portions of Blackhawk counties. This goes until 5:15. In this case, it's 60-mile-per-hour winds and inch-sized hail, which is also known as quarter-sized. These storms have been showing signs of strengthening over the past 15 to 30 minutes here on the southwestern flank of the cluster of storms in Fayette and Buchanan counties, and so those are tracking off to the east-southeast as well. The latest movement on those would be at about 35 miles per hour. The southern edge of the Waterloo-Cedar Falls metro, more toward Hudson, Morrison, Rhinebeck, all included, Buckingham, LaPorte City, Gilbertville, Evansdale, of course, Waterloo-Cedar Falls itself, although some of the heavier portions of the storm will be right along the Highway 20 corridor. So it's going to be real close to where the highway is moving through. Black Hawk County and will extend into portions of Tama County too. And of course, this would also, if it continues its current path at about 35 to 40 miles per hour, make its way into Buchanan County. But the reason that we are on the air and providing you this extended coverage is the threat for rotation that could turn into a tornadic threat. This is in southern Fayette County as well as northern Buchanan County. This storm has a history of producing at least brief tornado touchdowns based on reports from the National Weather Service and emergency managers. And so if you live within these warnings, you will want to seek shelter underground if you can, if not, lowest floor of your home, away from outside walls and windows in order to stay safe. And we're going to go ahead and find the view here from the National Weather Service radar. That is the area of rotation, again, just south of Fairbank now and west of Hazleton. And it has continued its more southeasterly path than a due east path. And so that will continue to put areas like anywhere along Highway 150 between Independence and Hazleton in the direct path of this as it continues its southeastward trek. And so it's, again, mainly largely rural areas. But if you live in Hazleton, you will want to be in your shelter. If you live in Oelwein, you should still be too, because I wouldn't say you're fully out of the woods, even though at this point, the main area of rotation has wandered a little bit south of your area. Put on the new rotation indicator there, as it is generally in that vicinity, and we'll sort of take the storm track off to the southeast as it moves. This gets it into the Bryanttsburg area within just a few minutes. Doris at about 436, Winthrop at 441, Masonville closer to 451, and then Park in western Delaware County at about 451. Now we're still talking pretty far away, and some of these areas not included within these warnings at this point, but it's an early heads up, your first alert as storms move in from the northwest.
Absolutely, and good news for some folks that are in Bremer County. That warning has been canceled for you all. So at this point, still seeing some heavy rainfall, some frequent lightning with the storm in your area, especially if you're in the southeastern corner of Bremer County. But it does look like the rotating part of the storm has cleared your area. So in terms of the tornadic threat, you have seen that pass. Same with Waverly, same with Sumner. Fayette looks like it is going to, the tornadic part of the storm will end up passing to your south. So still some locally heavy rainfall, some frequent lightning within these storms. But again, the rotating part of it that we are concerned with now looks to be passing into northern Buchanan County, kind of right pretty close to that Buchanan-Fayette County line, just to the south of Oelwein.
Yep, and they're going to go ahead and expand that tornado warning as a result of its southeastward motion. What do you have for a time on that one? It's going to be a little tricky to get the exact box as they overlap. 5 o'clock.
Yep. So that tornado warning now in effect, or expanded to include Buchanan County, now includes just about the entirety of the county, with the exception of the far northwestern or northeastern and far southwestern corner. But that now in effect until 5 p.m. for hail up to 2 inches in diameter. That's going to be lime-sized hail, so some larger hail certainly with this storm. Of course, that observed tornado threat with it as well. So if you are in Independence, Winthrop, Quasqueton, Raleigh, you need to make sure that you are getting into your shelter in your safe place right now. Same with Monty and really anywhere else within Buchanan County. As this storm continues to track off towards the southeast, it will be moving in your direction.
I believe is the latest motion still 40, if we have that? 45, so a little quicker.
Yeah, I'm starting to pick up speed just a little bit, still kind of continuing that southeasterly turn to the direction that we were talking about.
So we'll go ahead and put a big storm track. If you're just joining us within the scope of that newer tornado warning, Independence at about 425 in terms of seeing some of the heavier activity potentially with this. Winthrop at about 432, Rowley getting into the 435 time frame, Quasqueton at about 437, Masonville 439, and then as AJ was describing, Manchester not in a warning, but these storms are headed generally in your direction. Area like Troy Mills in northern Lynn County, you're just outside of that warning in southern Buchanan County. In fact, it's possible that your cell phone went off for that warning because it's so close. The cell towers may have been involved. They give a little bit of a buffer there, so you may be hearing that go off and wondering why. It's because of this large storm that has the threat, as AJ mentioned. 2-inch diameter hail, which is significant, will do a lot of damage up to the size of about roughly the size of a lime you buy from the grocery store. It's bigger than golf ball sized. It's smaller than tennis ball sized, but still very, very damaging potentially. You can see from our Oline City Cam in the lower right picture of your screen that very heavy rain, frequent lightning is also included with this storm. And so if you are within these areas that you see listed on the left side of your screen, or just basically anywhere within Buchanan County, you will want to be seeking shelter, preferably underground if you can, lowest floor of your home if you can't. If you live in a mobile home, you'll want to find your mobile home development's designated shelter area or somewhere else substantial. Mobile homes provide very little protection from tornadic activity or even strong thunderstorm winds. So it is not a safe place to be in these situations.
Definitely. And if we can take Max 3 for a second, I've really zoomed in here on that area of rotation. And Corey, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like the primary area of concern for the tightest rotation going to be just to the southwest of Hazleton at this point. Right there around Charity Flat School, Prairie Grove School. Go ahead and circle it right in there. That's going to be kind of your tightest area of rotation. If this storm does have a tornado on the ground, that is going to be the approximate area where it is located. So if you are near Prairie Grove School, Grant Avenue, that is on top of you. Same with Fairbank Amish Boulevard. You'll want to make sure that you are in your safe place there. Same with anyone along Dillon Avenue. If you are in Bryantsburg, you need to be in your safe place. Tracking or looking off towards the southeast, as this is the direction the circulation is going to be moving. If you are anywhere to the south, immediately to the south or immediately to the east of Bryantsburg, take it safe, play it safe, go ahead and get down to your safe place, whether it is your basement, lowest level of your home, or like Corey mentioned, if you are in a trailer, if you are in a mobile home, finding your trailer park's storm shelter to get into your safe place there. If you're along 170th Street, Indiana Avenue, once again, this rotation is going to be tracking your direction here fairly shortly. Same with Lee Avenue, Lawrence Avenue. Those are all areas off to the southeast of this rotating thunderstorm, areas that eventually will be seeing impacts from the storm and in all likelihood from the rotating part of the storm that could produce a tornado as it continues to move in that direction.
And it does appear, AJ, that the storm may have produced a tornado near Otterville. Based on the latest information from the National Weather Service, they said it was confirmed by emergency managers in that area. So it's not too far from Independence in that case. Otterville, a pretty small community, but it is in that general area. So if you are in Independence, you will want to seek shelter immediately if you haven't already. We're going to go ahead and bring our Independence City Cam to the lower right, so bear with us as we make some changes here. But that was the latest update. Sorry to interrupt.
No worries at all. And that is kind of zooming in on Otterville right now. Looks like we did just get a fresh loop of radar data there. But again, right near Otterville is where that latest report of a tornado touchdown was. Like you said, right there near Independence, and that storm, as it continues to track off to the southeast, going to be a very close call with where it tracks in relation to the Independence area. So if you do live in Independence, make sure you are in your safe place. If you live anywhere in and around Independence, same deal. Make sure that you are in your basement, lowest level of your home, away from any windows. The idea is to get as many walls between you and the outside as you can in case of any hailstones, flying debris, anything like that that might impact or break any windows.
And absolutely that the storm is rain wrapped in terms of where the rotation is. You see some of those stronger areas potentially, AJ, just a little bit west of Highway 150 still, embedded within very heavy rain. And we're going to start to see that in our Independence City Cam in the lower right as not only strong winds pick up, but the blinding heavy rain starts to pick up too. So it will be difficult to spot before it arrives in your area. So don't expect to be able to look out your window and see it. It's certainly not without much advance notice. You may be able to if it's right on top of you, but at that point, it's too late to seek shelter. So that's why we really encourage you, when warnings are issued, to not wait for visual confirmation with your own eyes. That's why the National Weather Service gets involved to give us more information. Why don't we go ahead and take Max 1 full for a little bit. Let's just observe our Independence City Cam as the storm moves in. See, folks are out and about driving, unfortunately. Good idea to pull over if you can. As storms are moving in, folks probably trying to make it home before the storm gets there. But you can see driving rain and some wind. Don't forget this storm also packs the potential to bring in some very large hail, not in addition to the rotating area as this storm moves through. So it's not a good spot to be in Independence right now. Best spot to be would be inside a substantial shelter, lowest floor away from windows as the storm continues to move in, and storms continue to offer the potential and reports of tornadoes being produced.
And you can certainly see in our Independent City Cam there as well just some of the heavy rainfall that these storms have. And even if you're not necessarily in a warning right now, you will continue as these storms track through your area to see that heavy rainfall, frequent lightning. There's a lot of humidity in the air, and those storms are taking advantage of it to produce that heavy rainfall and, of course, produce the severe threat that goes along with it. But again, you can see there that reduced visibility as that heavy rain moves through. And again, the area of rotation at this point looks to be just to the north of Independence for where this storm, where the tornadic threat with this storm is located. And again, this storm has a history of producing tornadoes. Looks like they have been short-lived but frequent. And we've gotten several reports of tornado touchdowns from the National Weather Service. So a storm that you need to take seriously and treat it as though there is a tornado on the ground at all times with it, because at any given point there could be a tornado on the ground. And like we've mentioned, with the storm being rain wrapped, it's going to be very difficult to see that tornado as it approaches.
Yes, and one thing to note is that these storms continue to move southeastward, but they are sort of starting to congeal, get perhaps more organized into a bit of a line, or what we would refer to as a complex of storms, a larger body of sort of storms that are connected together. And when that happens, the focus tends to shift from tornadic activity more towards strong gusty winds. We may see that start to take place over the next half hour to hour. Now, if they keep that more southerly jog of the heavier storm that has these tornado warnings, this sort of portion of what is now this cluster of storms, that would affect areas along the Interstate 380 corridor in the next couple of hours. So this morning in Buchanan County goes until 5 o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and put a storm track kind of as a long-range thought about this. So it is subject to change as the storm continues its southeastward track. But I just want to give folks that could potentially be in its path more of a heads up. Independence, of course, we're seeing on our city cam right there. Those are strong winds moving through right now, even outside of any tornadic threat, which is also included. We would not be able to see it within this kind of strong gusty wind, but likely potentially damaging winds, as well as the threat for large hail as these storms move through. So that could be doing some damage. Hard to say. I want to look closer on our monitor here. I think the street lights might still be on, but it's a little tough to tell as those winds blow through. But the lower right corner of your screen, you can see the storms tracking to the southeast. I'm going to read some of these time for you because they're relatively small. It'd be toward Walker at about 4:50 potentially. Central City closer to 5:05. Robbins at about 5:12 in the Cedar Rapids area could be closer to 5:18, 5:15, 5:30, give it a little bit of wiggle room as these storms could both change their direction and speed a little bit over the next hour as we track them to the southeast. Southern side of the metro, closer to the airport at about 5:30 in the Cedar Rapids area. If you are just tuning in to join us for First Alert Weather Now, which would be normally obviously very weather focused, we are focused on the severe thunderstorms that are moving through northeastern Iowa. At this point, one tornado warning is in effect. It is for Buchanan County until 5 o'clock this afternoon. It is for observed tornadic activity. At this point, the area of rotation is located near or just to the northeast of Independence. If you live within this red box, which basically includes all of Buchanan County, you will want to seek shelter indoors away from an exterior wall. Basement is preferred, but if you can't, lowest floor is very good. And stay inside an interior hallway, interior room. Grab something to protect your head and neck as these storms move through. But it's not the only storm threat that we have. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of southern Fayette County. This goes until 4:45 for the potential of 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Now, some of the heaviest action with this storm has started to shift south of the Fayette-Buchanan County line in terms of that hail potential. But I would still say if you live in southern Fayette County, a very intense storm is moving through. Don't forget, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Grundy, much of Blackhawk, and northern Tama counties. This is another cluster of storms producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. And you can see the winds are gusting rather strong, sustained pretty strong on our Independence City cam. That's not just gusts. The wind doesn't really relent too much. Occasionally it does lighten up a little bit, but certainly plenty of strong winds to be found going through central portions of Buchanan County.
And we do have reports of over 1,000 people that are out of power across multiple counties in eastern Iowa. So these storms packing a punch. You can see the winds there in our Independence City Cam. We've seen a couple of different volleys now of some really powerful winds blowing through. You can see there a lot of that water getting blown off the tops of the rooftops that are visible there. Tough to see if, I'm not seeing the street lights anymore. Tough to tell if they're
It is hard to tell because, again, it's such the blinding rain. It's really difficult.
It is. Makes it hard to tell if there's no power or if the lights are just turned off. But again, with over 1,000 customers out of power, certainly plausible that this storm could have knocked out power there. Again, not confirmed there with whether or not they have power, but these storms have produced large hail, damaging winds. They have a history of producing tornadoes as well. And currently that tornado warning is for Buchanan County. It's in effect until 5 p.m. Hail up to 2 inches in diameter, that would be close to lime-sized. So again, a storm to really take seriously and make sure that you are down in your safe place if you are in the path of it.
I know, AJ, you've been looking at some of the winds within the storm using our velocity view on Doppler radar. I would say, and you can offer your interpretation as well, of course, I'd say maybe it's a little bit less organized, but we've seen that kind of go back and forth in a really quick manner this afternoon. So I wouldn't say necessarily to let our guard down in any way.
Definitely, and I would agree with you. It looks a little less intense than it did over the last couple of radar scans. However, it looks like the area of concern kind of right there in and around Independence, perhaps if not right over Independence currently, maybe just to the east or northeast of it, but that's pretty close to where the rotating portion of this storm is. Like you said, maybe not quite as intense as it has been previously. We've got fresh radar feed there, but still certainly a rotating storm, one to take seriously. And something that you had mentioned a minute ago that would be worth taking another look at is that these storms, they initially developed and were kind of a series of individual cells, but over time it looks like they're starting to try to kind of congeal together into, like what you mentioned, Corey, kind of that complex of storms. And sometimes what you can get is, as those storms are coming together, it can kind of disrupt the circulation that would create that tornado threat. So something that we are certainly going to have to monitor here over the next several minutes as these storms kind of interact with each other and try to form into a larger thunderstorm complex. Over time, what tends to happen is that this transitions into a larger complex of storms with a straight line wind threat as we look out, an hour or two ahead from now. But for the time being, still there is that tornado warning that is with this storm. It is for an observed tornado, as this storm has a history of producing brief tornadoes, but multiple reports coming in from the National Weather Service of those brief tornado touchdowns.
Yep, and then the main area of concern would be right along the Highway 20 corridor right now, sort of the lower right portion of that storm near Independence and between Independence and Winthrop. We've obviously been watching on our CityCam view as it's been in our boxes here of the very strong winds still moving through Independence. As the blinding rain continues, some hail threat still with this storm. We haven't had many reports of that recently, which is good news. And there's been some indication within the storm that this hail threat may have diminished a little bit lately, but that does also tend to change back and forth. And so you may see it diminish a little bit and then it will ramp back up as the storm sort of intensifies and reorganizes just a bit. It goes through those phases. But I really do think AJ's point about the storms organizing into a line is a pretty good one as these storms continue tracking off to the southeast. Now, the wider view of pinpoint Doppler radar shows that it is really limited to this one cluster of storms. You can see it tracking to the southeast and really focused right along the Highway 20 corridor at this point. There is one little storm cell in northern Marshall County. No warnings with that. It is relatively small, but so far everything to the southwest of that along this cold front, you can kind of see that very thin green line moving past Carroll and Fort Dodge within the past hour. That's the front. So once that moves through, the threat for additional storm development is over. At this point, it still is just now entering the far northwestern portion of the TV9 viewing area, and that's why we still have that severe thunderstorm watch for many areas until 10 o'clock tonight. Now, I do believe they have trimmed that back a little bit at this point. I'm going to take a look at the latest from that, give me a moment to update this and see where we're at with it. There we go. So the far northern counties have been trimmed back from that. So like areas like Decorah and Charles City, no longer in the severe thunderstorm watch until 10 o'clock, but many of us, including Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Washington, Marshalltown, Tama, Williamsburg, all still included. And you can see Independence still included in some very strong gusty winds, even if the rotating part of this storm is starting to pass to your southeast. AJ, you've got a little bit of a look ahead as where these storms could be headed within the next couple of hours.
Yeah, taking a look at kind of where we're going to be tracking as we go through the rest of this evening. By the time we get to 6 p.m., those storms getting south of the Highway 20 corridor, and they'll continue to push off to the southeast through the rest of the evening. Keep in mind, still plenty of warm, moist air ahead of these storms, so I would expect to see that severe threat maintain as we go through the rest of the evening. And if you look in the bottom right corner of your screen in our Independence City Cam, that's kind of a snapshot of what you might be experiencing as these storms move through, especially if you're getting the stronger end of them. We, of course, have a tornado threat currently, which is why we're on the air with you, but we'll also have that threat for damaging winds and large hail. As these storms continue to track off to the south, by 8 p.m. they will be pushing into the Cedar Rapids area. Generally, areas along and south of Highway 20 by that point will be under the gun. Areas north of Highway 20 by that point should be in the clear. From that point, as we get towards 9 p.m., those showers and storms getting closer to the Highway 30 and Interstate 80 corridor, impacting areas south of there. And then by 10 o'clock, getting south of Interstate 80. By 11, we'll start to see that storm threat winding down. Washington, still going to want to stay weather aware at that point, as well as Mount Pleasant. But by 11 p.m., if you're north of Interstate 80, the severe threat is expected to be over for you. You'll be able to go to bed by that point and rest easy knowing you won't be woken up by any storms moving through the area.
It does look like there is a new severe thunderstorm warning, AJ. Sorry to jump in. But for portions of Benton County, you can see Vinton is included in this. Other areas along Highway 218 and the northern section of the county. That goes until 5:15 this evening, 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. It's for the cluster of storms that's off to the north here. So it's outside of the area where the rotation has been seen in the storm, but look at all that heavy rain and potentially strong gusty winds in southern portions of Blackhawk County. Now those storms have generally been moving easterly at this point, but it does look like the Weather Service believes they'll start to shift a little more southeasterly and then potentially produce some of that severe weather in northern Benton County too. So if you live in any of the areas you see within those yellow or red boxes, you'll want to seek shelter indoors.
Most definitely. And these boxes pretty well cover the entire thunderstorm complex. And at this point, these storms either severe thunderstorm or tornado warned. So as a whole, if you're in the path of these storms, period, go ahead and treat it as a severe thunderstorm, because that is what it is, and make sure that you are getting down into your safe place. Like Corey mentioned, that severe thunderstorm watch does remain in effect until 10 p.m., but they have trimmed it out of the northern counties. But we'll take a minute to kind of take another look inside of the storm that is tornado warned. So currently, that storm moving into Buchanan County was impacting Independence, is still impacting Independence. As we look inside of it to see what's going on with the rotation, still pretty clear rotation there. At this point, looks like it is to the east and south of Independence, east and southeast of Independence, I should say. The two areas that are catching my attention, this little area of rotation right here and this area of rotation right there to the northwest of Winthrop and Quasqueton. Those two areas of rotation are expected to continue to track off to the southeast. Motion with these storms has been roughly 40 to 45 miles an hour, so I will go ahead and put a storm track along the kind of a broader storm track that covers both of these areas of concern and areas what look to be areas of rotation. As they continue to track off to the south, the rotating portion of this storm, you'll need to make sure you're in your safe place if you are in Winthrop. It'll be approaching your area here in just the next couple minutes by 4:48. Masonville by 4:58, Park by 4:58 as well, Robinson by 5:02, and Coffins Grove County Park by 5:03. And that's going to take this storm to the edge of the tornado warning, and we'll have to see if it maintains its strength enough for the National Weather Service to issue an expansion of that tornado warning. But for the time being, again, a storm that does in the past has had a history of producing tornadoes, but you'll notice in the top right corner of your larger screen there that the tag is now radar indicated. That would suggest to me that the storm has not produced any confirmed tornadoes recently, and that, again, threat is more indicated by radar at this point rather than confirmed by spotter reports or emergency manager reports of a tornado on the ground.
Yeah, that's the good news there, at least at this point. But we know that also has kind of flipped back and forth this afternoon. Occasionally, there have been no fresh reports, but then suddenly we'll get a handful of them from emergency managers in the area. But silence at this point is golden in terms of the overall storm threat. But still, that warning continues for another 17 minutes here until 5 o'clock, the top of the hour. That's the tornado warning. The reason why we are joining you here this afternoon. You can see that line of showers and storms starting to take shape as it passes off to the southeast. It's still in the form of two distinct areas of storms. This is kind of the main and strongest storm of the day, but there is another cluster of storms trying to join it here on its southwestern side. And what happens when that happens will determine what goes on for the rest of the evening. Will this transition to more of a damaging wind threat? Will it maintain some of its rotating characteristics? At this point, it's a little bit of a wait and see, as sometimes those interactions between different storms can be really complex. Sometimes they can make storms weaken. Sometimes they can make storms strengthen. It's an area of research that a lot of people, very smart people, are trying to pin down so we have a better idea. But you can see plenty of lightning within these storms, and that hasn't changed really over the past hour, which is indicative of a still very strong, still maintaining its strength area of storm development. One thing that perhaps has changed a little bit, our Independence City Cam in the lower right corner, the wind is not as intense in the Independence area at this point. As I say that, it picks up a little bit, so perhaps I have jinxed them. But still, a severe thunderstorm warning and tornado warning continues for Independence for another 15 minutes. So it's certainly a good idea to stay in shelter until the storm passes. National Weather Service has provided a handful of updates to this warning and keeps the Independence area in it. As AJ was identifying, we may be sort of transitioning to a couple of loose areas of rotation within these storms, and instead of one specific area. I would still say that if you had to pick one specific area, you would be speaking about the one down toward Quasqueton, but as AJ also identified, you'd have a couple. So you'd have a couple perhaps on the leading edge of these storms as they continue to evolve and take shape. At this point, that's the sole tornado warning though, and we'll have to see as these storms approach the southeastern corner of this warning what the National Weather Service decides to do in terms of extending that tornado warning or going with a severe thunderstorm warning. Either way, areas of Delaware and Lynn and Jones County would be up next, and you would be in line to see some intense storms either way, strong winds, potentially some large hail, and we'll keep a close eye on that tornadic threat. It does look like there were some new reports that just came in from Buchanan County. Tree down on the east side of Independence, large tree as it was described. So that's just a little bit of an update as storms move through. Not a shock based on how it looked on our city cam.
Definitely. And we've gotten some other reports from these storms as they have tracked through the northern half of our viewing area. So we'll take a moment to kind of go through some of these reports, see what exactly it is we are looking at here. We've got a strong wind report from Buchanan County. Let's take a minute to look at that one. So 3 Elms County, 55-mile-an-hour gust reported about 10 minutes ago at 4:37. And again, that looks like that tree down, large tree down on the east side of town from Independence. That was the one that Corey was just referring to. And then some more wind, hail damage back towards and to the north side of Waverly. That official tornado report just to the north of town, that came in at 3:40, so over an hour ago at this point, a bit of an older report. Brief touchdown confirmed by video from social media there in Waverly. But again, that's kind of just evidence that this storm does have that history of producing tornadoes, even though currently it does not have a confirmed tornado tag with the warning. Still a storm to take seriously regardless. And again, near Dunkerton, hail size of 1.3 inches. That's going to be a little bigger than a quarter, not quite as large as a ping pong ball. We'll switch back over to radar and take a look at where these storms currently are located. Now look at your severe thunderstorm watch. That's there until 10 p.m. tonight as these storms continue to push off to the south and east. But currently, there we have it, still monitoring that tornado warned storm. That the warning is for Buchanan County until 5 p.m. That is for hail that is up to the size of a golf ball. And at this point, again, radar indicated, which potentially a good sign for folks that are in the path of the warning, because originally it was an observed tag. So seeing that might indicate that the storm at least recently has not produced any tornadoes that have been reported by spotters or through any other report. We do now have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's take a look at that and kind of give you the rundown on what we are expecting there. This new severe thunderstorm warning does include Buchanan, Delaware, Jones, and Lynn County, as this line of storms really now starting to congeal and form into a line, tracks off towards the south and east. There is that tornado possible tag because of the rotation that is within that storm that has prompted that tornado warning in Buchanan County. That is, again, why there's that tornado possible tag associated with that severe thunderstorm warning. This one is in effect until 5:45 as these storms continue to track off towards the southeast. Speed with them still, looks like they have slowed down just a little bit, now moving closer to around 30 miles an hour. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and put a storm track on this entire line of storms and get an idea on where it's going to be moving here as it continues to track off to the south and east. Give me just 1 second to get our speed updated on our storm track tool. And let's take a look at where these storms are headed and when they will be arriving in your area. So the leading edge of this storm over the next, we'll take it out about an hour and a half. I'll take a little further, hour and 50 minutes. We'll see the front edge of these storms approaching Manchester by 4:56, Urbana by 5:09, Vinton by 5:18, Dyersville by 5:22. If you're in Epworth, you can expect these storms to reach your area by 5:42, Monticello by 5:45, Anamosa by 5:58, getting into Cedar Rapids by 6:10, and Wyoming by the time we get to 6:20. So these storms, again, tracking off to the southeast. As they move in that direction, they continue to bring the threat for damaging winds, large hail. We've seen that tornado threat associated with them as well, and that tornado threat is why we are currently on the air with you, and will stay on the air with you until that tornado threat expires or otherwise weakens.
We do have some indications. I don't know if we're able to switch to Max 2 in the main box. There we go. The rotation within the storm, a couple of areas potentially. One's west of Manchester. That would be kind of a broader area. That would be part of the reason why you have that tornado possible tag in the severe thunderstorm warning that AJ just described. There is one toward the leading edge of these storms between Walker and Robinson. And that's where we could be seeing some rotation as well. It's kind of the continuation of the main area of rotation that we were concerned about earlier with this storm, and that's tracking to the southeast. We're also seeing some very broad rotation back here. So far has not turned into something that would be imminently concerning in terms of producing tornadic activity, but it is something to watch for sure as these storms continue to develop and evolve and interact with one another. We could see the threats change, or at least the areas where some of these threats are developing shift and change. And so that's why if you live within any of these warnings, really within anywhere in the TV9 viewing area north of Interstate 80, it's certainly a good idea to stay weather aware for the next several hours as storms continue tracking to the southeast. Put our velocity in motion. A couple of areas, again, the latest information, latest scan would put it, again, just near the Buchanan, Delaware County line, as well as in southeastern Buchanan County, and then that broader area of rotation back here, which could indicate at the very least some stronger winds trying to take shape, but also just a newly organizing storm as this continues off to the southeast. But in terms of a very distinct area of rotation that would be likely to produce a tornado right away, that has faded a bit from our perspective using the data that we have available to us. Spotters obviously have been involved in this storm as it's been tracking to the southeast, and we haven't heard fresh reports from them. But I would not necessarily say that the tornadic threat has passed entirely. It's just that some silence means we just don't have new information. But that warning continues for Buchanan County for another 8 minutes.
And certainly a storm to take seriously. Play it safe and treat it as though there is a tornado on the ground. Of course, there is a tornado warning, so the storm certainly has the potential to produce a tornado and does have the history of producing a tornado as well. But there's also a wind threat and a hail threat with it. I believe we do have a picture of some hail that has come in from Olwine. If we could get that pulled up, if we have it available. There we go. So some small hail coming in from Olwine. Again, enough to certainly get your attention if you're sitting at home and suddenly that rain switches over to those little hailstones you're seeing there. We have also seen larger reports of hailstones across portions of eastern Iowa from these storms. We have seen hail up to a little over an inch in diameter. 1.3 inches, I believe, was the biggest report that I saw just to the southeast of Waverly. And that's, again, larger than a quarter, smaller than a ping pong ball. Some of your other storm reports along the path of this storm, again, you just saw the images there of the hailstones from Olwine. We do have another, let's see, hail report from Greene. That one, again, an older report, but these storms, again, showing that history of producing hail, producing damaging winds as well. Hail that is larger than a quarter, smaller than a ping pong ball. So again, these storms, as they continue to track off to the south and east in a favorable environment for maintaining their strength, which is why that severe thunderstorm watch does remain in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. Damaging winds, large hail, and of course we do have that tornado threat that is with these storms as well. There's a look at where we are currently situated with our radar image. You can see exactly where that line of storms is passing through the area, pushing through Buchanan County, now getting into Delaware County near Manchester, and is continuing to push off to the southeast. A good view there of our Manchester City Cam, really showing that ominous sky as that storm approaches. Once it hits your area, you can expect gusty winds, some hail certainly within there as well. These storms have a history of producing hail, damaging winds, tornadoes. The current warning for a severe thunderstorm warning for Buchanan, Delaware, Jones, and Linn County in effect until 5:45. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-sized hail as that storm is tracking your way.
So we've got about 5 minutes left on our tornado warning for this. That is something that we are watching very carefully through Buchanan County. The area of rotation is now in very far southeastern Buchanan County at this point. If there is to be an area where tornadic development could take place, that is the area where reds and greens meet here in far southeastern Buchanan County. At this point, we again have been lacking in tornado reports lately, which is good news from the National Weather Service. So that is not what we've heard, and we don't want to hear it, which is good news. The tornadic threat has reduced a little bit, but these storms are certainly very, very intense, still producing strong winds and still producing occasional areas of rotation. Could be some large hail too, up to a $half size, maybe golf ball sized hail in a few cases. The latest update from the Buchanan County Emergency Manager, at least from their estimation, is that power is out for a lot of the county. That was their statement to the National Weather Service. Some other reports of wind, at least minor wind damage, some signs blown over potentially in the Independence area. Still going to get these reports in over the next several minutes and hours as storms continue to move through. It just takes a little time sometimes to get the latest information, as obviously emergency managers are very busy as the storms approach. So they are keeping an eye on it for us, and we thank all of our partners in emergency management all across eastern Iowa. They are a big help. They are the eyes and ears that we need. In addition to our city cam and our radar and all the other great tools that we have, they are a big, big part of it. You can see our Manchester City Cam jiggling a little bit as stronger winds pick up. Heavy rain hasn't really started to fall there yet, but likely very soon. Actually a little bit surprised that it hasn't, but it will be very, very soon.
And once that rain does arrive, the winds won't be far behind it. And in addition to the tornado threat, these storms also are producing some hail. So our recent hail path, as we've seen these storms pass through Olwine, just to the south of Waterloo is where they had a swath of hail go through as well, now tracking off towards Manchester. But you can kind of see that color guide off to the right of your screen. seeing some hailstones that are radar indicated up to the size of a golf ball or even a little bit larger than that just to the northwest of Olwine. And that area of hail continues to track off towards Manchester. So you need to be in your safe place if you are in Manchester as this storm continues to track your direction. Live look right now at where that line of storms is pushing. Again, Manchester, like Corey mentioned, in the next couple minutes, you'll be starting to get some very heavy rainfall in that area. And as the storm continues to push off into areas to the south and east, it'll be approaching Ryan, Walker, Coggin as we get into the next couple of minutes. That is going to be for the portion of the storm that does currently reside within the tornado warning. We'll have to see if the National Weather Service chooses to expand that tornado warning off to the southeast. But all along this line of storms, damaging winds, there's been some hail within the storm as well. Definitely a storm to shelter from and get to your safe place if you are in the path of it. We'll go ahead and stick another storm track on it as it continues to move off to the southeast and take another look at where it's going to be moving as it continues its southeasterly trek through eastern Iowa. We'll see this storm moving into Vinton by 5:09, Central City by 5:18, Van Horn by 5:32, Cedar Rapids you can expect to see impacts around 5:46, Cascade around 5:47, Lisbon by 6:10, Clarence by 6:25, and Maquoketa by the time we get to 6:35. And these storms are in an environment where they're expected to maintain their strength. The nature of the threat may evolve with these storms with time as we start to see them congeal into more of an organized line of storms rather than individual storm cells. We might see that threat transition from a tornadic threat to a straight line wind threat, but certainly something that we are going to be monitoring. Like we've mentioned previously, when these storms begin to kind of congeal and combine together, there can be some complex interactions that can lead to either a strengthening or a weakening of the rotation. And then you can also get new areas of rotation that pop up along the leading edge of this line of storms, especially as it makes that transition into more of a continuous line that at this point would be tracking off to the southeast. So something that we will certainly be keeping a close eye on. Looks like at this point, the National Weather Service is going to let that tornado warning expire for Buchanan County. So at this point, looks like we'd have no active tornado warnings, but that storm does continue to have a little bit of rotation within it. We'll take one final look at that rotation before we let you go here. So that area of concern, rotation currently just to the west of Ryan, again, at this point is weakened enough that the National Weather Service has not renewed that tornado warning.
So we are going to go ahead and step away from continuous severe weather coverage here for at least a little bit. We are going to start off our 5 o'clock newscast here, and we'll be back with a little bit more of an update with our weather situation. And if conditions warrant, we will be back with more information for new warnings or new updates as they are needed. Thank you for joining us for our severe weather coverage. Stay with your trusted local news and weather source, KCRG TV 9. Gotta come back to me. Come back to me.
Thank you so much. Sure, I know that now.
Yes, a new tornado warning, Beth, has been issued for portions of Delaware as well as Lynn and Jones County. If we could go to Max 2, we can take a look at that new warning. It goes until 5:45 this evening. New area of rotation on the leading edge of that storm. There was a report of a funnel cloud in far southern Delaware County from the emergency managers there. They are still indicating, or rather calling it radar indicated at this point, as the storm tracks off to the southeast. You can see a little bit of a hook perhaps on the far southern portion of the storm. Manchester, you're not included in this warning, same as Central City, Monticello, Anamosa, all outside of this warning box, but far northeastern Lynn County is, as well as southern portions of Delaware County. So if you live in Ryan or Coggin or Cass or anywhere within this red box, northwest of Highway 151 in Jones County, and in the region right between Coggin and Ryan, you'll want to seek shelter immediately as the storm continues tracking off to the southeast. In case you need a refresher, the thing to do when a storm has the potential to produce severe weather and tornadic activity is to get to the lowest floor of your home. Tornado warning means that you should take quick action to seek shelter, and that includes inside your house, away from windows, away from outside walls. A basement is best, but you do want to seek shelter immediately. Get under something sturdy. That can include a desk, bed, anything else if you do feel like that is a necessary action. Otherwise, grab something to protect your head and neck. That could include a bike helmet. That could include pillows, blankets, towels, basically anything that's going to provide you with some soft padding between you and something that may fall on you. Windows, doors, outside walls are all things that can easily give way in a very strong storm, and so we discourage you from encountering those. And if you don't have a basement, to reiterate, that interior room is the best place to be. If you live in a mobile home, you'll want to abandon it as soon as you can, as those offer very little protection from the potential of a tornado. We'll put a storm track on here, and then we're going to get to meteorologist AJ Rickman with a look inside the storm at some of the winds. I'm going to put on a more detailed look here. The storm is tracking off to the southeast at about 45 miles per hour. So we are going to take a closer look at what communities are affected by this potential area of rotation. It's moving really through far southeastern portions of Buchanan County right now, southwestern Delaware, northern Lynn, and northwestern Jones. So Ryan, it's just right there, right now. That's where the rotation is located. Coggin at about 510. In the areas of Savage Park at 510, Baker Park closer to 518. Castle Grove, we're talking about 520. Cass at 524. And Langworthy at 529. Anamosa, you are technically outside of this warning, but not by much. And this storm will be in your area at about 5:33. In addition to the threat of rotation and potential tornadic development, these storms have packed a bit of a punch in terms of strong gusty winds. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds have been observed, and some damage in Buchanan County. They are still working to assess what has occurred there in terms of whether it was caused by tornadic development or just strong gusty winds. Some large hail also possible with this storm. It's currently not necessarily warned for that, but the potential is there as the storm continues to intensify. So if you live within that warning, any of the communities listed on the left side of your screen, or any area near them, you will want to be seeking shelter indoors, lowest floor, preferably a basement. Now, AJ, you have been taking a closer look at the structure of this storm and some of the winds within it. What are you finding?
Absolutely. So one of the things that does stand out to me immediately is that if you look at this storm as it sits within the warning, we are going to be looking at a little bit of a notch that shows up right in here. That is going to kind of show right in there where that area of the storm does kind of push out a little bit. That bit of a hook echo is almost what it looks like, and a lot of times when we're looking at strong to severe storms, there is that a little bit of an appendage or that hook that you look for. Well, that's what we're seeing right there to the north of Coggin, and that is pretty much exactly where the area of rotation is within this storm. So I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the velocity view where we look at the wind speeds inside this storm, and if you watch, you'll notice that the area of rotation where your reds and greens kind of come together also sits just to the north of Coggin, right in there, right in between Coggin and Ryan. So this storm, the rotation within it that could produce a tornado is going to be tracking off to the south and east, like Corey mentioned. We'll kind of zoom in here and take a street-by-street view of it. If you are along Lynn Delaware Road or know where that is, if you're near it, you are in the path of this storm, especially if you were just to the north of Coggin. That circulation is on top of you right now. You need to be in your safe place. If you are along Monticello Road, Upper Boulder Road, Hills Mill Road, if you are in the city or town of Prairieburg, as well as Boulder View Road just to the east of Prairieburg, you need to be in your safe place as this area of rotation is going to be tracking your way. If you're in Castle Grove, you're out a little bit ahead of the storm, but still want to make sure you are taking it seriously, getting down into your safe place as well. And that does include the Cass, Jackson, Langworthy. All of those places included in the warning are expecting to see this warning and this area of rotation continue to track your direction here over the next 40 minutes or so. These areas of rotation, they often spin up quickly, and they tend to occur at the front end of these storms as they form into more of an organized line. So something to really take seriously, and if you're in the path of this storm, especially within any of these warnings, whether it's a tornado warning or the severe thunderstorm warning, one that you will want to take seriously and make sure that you are in your safe place well ahead of the time frame before this storm reaches you. But again, looking at this storm and kind of focusing in on the tornado warned portion of the storm, just to the north of Central City, you have kind of that little notch or that appendage that kind of sticks out in front of the storm there. That is going to be where that area of rotation is and why the National Weather Service has issued that tornado warning for that area. And as these storms continue to track off to the south, they've had a history of producing rotation, producing brief tornadoes. So it's a threat that continues into the evening, and why we are here on the air with you now.
Yes, and you can see the storm from a distance on our Marion City Cam as it approaches northern Lynn County. Certainly ominous looking skies from there. Marion, you are not included in a warning at this point. Severe thunderstorm warning is just off to your northwest, and that tornado warning to your northeast. We're essentially looking due north from that perspective in Marion, and you can see at least the leading edge of those storms. And we'll have some view of the portion of the storm here that could produce severe weather as well as potential tornadic development. So if you live within this tornado warning, it's pretty urgent that you seek shelter now because of the potential for tornadic development. The storm is pretty well organized, and if it's not going to produce a tornado, there's a pretty good chance that it will produce some very strong winds moving through the area. AJ just showed you some of those showing up here on our radar. This area here that is showing up as both pink and blue. That's the radar getting a little confused because the winds in the storm are strong enough that it's kind of overwhelming the radar just a bit. There are ways to correct for that, but sometimes it does win out, and you see the area get a little bit mixed color in terms of what those wind speeds actually are in the storm. Granted, it's almost a mile up in the sky where the radar is sensing here, but it's detecting winds of 65 to 75 miles per hour. So even if a tornado does not form within this, very strong wind gusts are likely that could cause damage, and there have been reports of that back toward portions of Buchanan County in particular. Latest was an estimated 60 mile per hour wind gust near Ryan from the fire department there. And that's still the area that AJ highlighted, and is still the area where the rotation is located. There's a couple of them now, I'd say one near Coggin and one near portions of southwestern Delaware County. New tornado warning has been issued by the National Weather Service. It's for an area of rotation southwest of Walker. This includes much of Lynn County as well as southern Buchanan County. It goes until 5:45. This is on the leading edge of those storms. And again, it's an embedded area of rotation that is near an area where stronger winds are taking place. It is actually back toward here. We're going to switch our velocity view, trying to get a better look at it. It's kind of tough. And AJ, you were looking at some of these spots earlier too. We're getting into some of the situation where if there's not rotation, there could be some areas where very strong winds are going to be taking place. Certainly back toward the Walker area. And there we got the latest scan. You can see that area of rotation a little bit better south of Walker. So this warning includes Center Point as well as Central City. Areas of northern Lynn County like Alburnett, anywhere along Highway 13, south of Central City and toward Marion. The Cedar Rapids Metro is technically not included in this warning, but the storm is very close to you. So it's a good idea to keep an eye on it, pay close attention as the storm approaches. The National Weather Service believes that this rotation is moving to the southeast, and it has been keeping pace at about 55 miles per hour, and they described this warning as producing potentially tornadic activity as well as extensive straight line wind damage as a threat. And that was some of those brighter colors you saw on our velocity view. So let's go ahead and put a storm track on this portion of the storm in terms of who could be seeing some of the worst portions as it moves through northern Linn County. Again, center point very much getting involved right now. I'm actually going to go ahead and pull the radar back just a little bit more so we get a nice broad view of this new warning. As it tracks to the southeast, we're talking about areas near Palo at about 516. You get into the Chain Lakes area at 518, Toddville at about 519, Hiawatha closer to 523, Cedar Rapids at 526, not included in warnings at this point, but this storm is rather intense, and if it maintains its strength, at the very least, we could see some damaging winds around that time. Whittier at about 533, Springville about the same time. It does look like there was a new report from the emergency managers in Delaware County of golf ball to as large as softball sized hail in the Ryan area. And based on the way it looks on radar, that does tend to play along. Those bright purples often represent some of that hail trying to reach the ground. And so it is a multifaceted threat with this storm as it continues off to the southeast. But the one that we are concerned about imminently, at least in terms of its potential to produce acute areas of damage, is the threat of tornadic development. And AJ, you're looking inside the storm at our velocity view.
Yes, looking at specifically the storm with the area of rotation that is near Ryan, we're getting, again, pretty tight rotation at this point that is sitting just to the east of Ryan. If you are along 310th Street, you need to be in your safe place right now. If you are in 330th Street, again, make sure you are in your safe place. Looks like at this point the area of circulation is kind of jogging along the northern periphery or the northern edge of this area of the warning. As it continues to track off to the southeast, it'll be moving towards Castle Grove, Prairieburg. We'll go ahead and put a storm track on this and show you where it's expected to be moving here. As it continues to pass through the warning, we'll show you the timing for each of these areas. So this area of rotation, at this point, moving off to the southeast, it'll be getting towards Baker Park by 523, Prairieburg by 523 as well. Castle Grove at 527, Cass by 532, Jackson by 538, Langworthy by 541, and Anamosa as well as Wapsie-Anna Park by the time we get to 547. At this point, again, this storm does have an area of rotation kind of on the leading edge of the storm that has shown some signs of trying to tighten up here over the last couple of scans. Even if it doesn't have a tornado on the ground, certainly going to be some damaging winds within that storm as it continues to track through. Currently, it is just to the southeast of Ryan, that area of rotation. The area that I am specifically concerned with encompasses this circled region here just to the west of Buck Creek. This again is moving off to the southeast. Castle Grove, you're in the path of it. It's going to be a close call with Prairieburg. Might pass just to your north, but you are still in the warning, so play it safe. Go ahead and get down into your basement or the lowest level of your home if you don't have a basement within your home. But again, within this storm, area of rotation, radar indicated that the National Weather Service has enough concern to say that this storm could produce a tornado. And something else that I would like to point out with this tornado warning really quickly, if you look in the top right corner of your screen, notice the hail size, 3-inch hail. That is larger than baseball-sized hail. Mm-hmm. So you really need to be concerned not just with the tornado threat, but with the hail threat as well. Take just a second to switch back over to more of your traditional radar view. And yeah, wow, right there near Ryan, that is going to be where the heaviest rain and your largest hail threat is with this storm. Again, the warning for hail up to 3 inches in diameter. So you've got your tornadic threat with this storm as well as your hail threat as it moves through. In addition, very heavy rainfall. So a storm to really take seriously. Make sure that you are getting to your safe place and getting out of the way of this storm as it approaches.
Yes, and that is moving in quickly, an extremely organized storm at this point. We had been speaking during our previous iteration of continuous coverage during the 4 o'clock hour. We were kind of hopeful that these storms may sort of form more into a line and reduce or at least diminish the tornadic threat a little bit. We just haven't seen that. And unfortunately, the tornadic threat really persists in those areas that AJ has been identifying. You can see those bright pinks and whites representing some of that large hail threat in terms of where we could see that. Just going to show you that hail size indicator once again. That's pretty large hail. It's at least lime-sized on our view here, and it perhaps is staying and keeping its persistence there in terms of producing that size of hail. So if you live in Prairieburg, Langworthy, if you live in Anamosa and you're hearing us right now, if you've got a garage and your car's parked on the street, maybe go move it in if there's room for it, because if this hail persists as it moves off to the southeast, you'll want to avoid that for sure, even if the tornadic threat diminishes. But it is this tornado warning until 5:45. This area of pretty strong rotation, potentially strong winds too. There's another tornado warning for portions of Lynn County that goes until 5:45 as well. Includes areas such as Center Point, Urbana, Alburnett, Walker, as well as other spots. We do have a new tornado warning for more areas. This is going to really extend all along the line, and they're just going to take it all the way into most of Jones County, large portions of Lynn County, and northern Cedar County. This goes until 6:15 tonight. It's for the threat of tornadic development. This encompasses both of those storms. It also has the potential to produce baseball-sized hail and damaging winds. So if you live in any of these areas, this does include Marion. This includes areas east of Highway 13, 151 in Lynn County. This includes most of Jones County, including Anamosa, Monticello, and portions of Cedar County north of Tipton, but anywhere along Highway 30 in Cedar County, you'll be encountering these storms and this tornado warning that goes for the next hour. Storms are moving at about 45 miles per hour based on the latest motion, and so we'll go ahead and put a broad storm track here for you. We can hear the tornado sirens sounding in downtown Cedar Rapids from within our studio. Now, the downtown area technically not included in the tornado warning, but sirens are zoned, and so they're in different chunks of the county. This is the portion of the county that's being alerted right now. That's why you're hearing those sirens in Cedar Rapids as things shift to the southeast. So we'll go ahead and put this big storm track. It's going to include some areas that aren't included in this warning, but it's better safe than sorry to let you know. Hiawatha, leading edge of these storms in terms of producing some rain and perhaps some wind will be there at about 5:23. Cedar Rapids closer to the center of the city. Again, this is just some of the initial rain at about 5:27. Monticello, the heaviest portion of the storm approaching you at 5:32. Ely closer to 5:39. Mount Vernon at about 5:43. You are included in this tornado warning. Lisbon, of course, just next door, same time roughly. Wyoming at about 5:52. Stanwood at about 5:58. Clarence at 6:01. And then Maquoketa, you're off in the distance, but if these storms maintain their strength, you will at least have a damaging wind threat closer to 6:08 tonight. AJ, you've been scouring the National Weather Service chat room that we share with them to keep us apprised of what they're thinking. What are they thinking? What have you seen lately?
Well, it looks like the biggest new development that I've seen are a couple of hail reports. You might have mentioned one of these, Corey, but we do have a golf ball to softball sized hail report in Ryan. I believe you might have mentioned that one. And did also see a report, I guess looks like about the same time, again, right near Ryan, where there's hail that was baseball to softball size is what I'm seeing from the latest report there from an emergency manager. Okay, here we go. Delaware County, Iowa, emergency manager report of golf ball to softball sized hail. So that is with the storm that is near Ryan right now. That does have, again, those really deep, dark purples that you're seeing there on radar. That's going to be the heaviest rain, but also the largest hail that is included in this storm. We'll take another quick look at the radar indicated hail size to kind of get an idea on, again, some of the hail size that this storm is producing. Some really large hail there. Golf ball to baseball sized hail. Again, we've gotten reports of it on the ground producing hail of that size, damaging winds, and of course that tornado threat goes along with it. So a storm that really has all of the major three threats that we talk about: damaging winds, large hail, tornadoes. It does of course have some very heavy rainfall within it as well. But within these storms, as they've moved through, multiple areas of rotation have kind of quickly spun up and at times have shown signs of weakening. Of course, we were briefly off the air when we had no tornado warnings, but it didn't take long for those storms to get their act back together. And As soon as that happened, we had a couple new areas of rotation, and that led to the series of tornado warnings once again being issued along this line. We'll kind of take you through these tornado warnings one at a time, or one storm at a time, I should say. Currently, the one that is in effect for areas in and around Prairieburg as well as Cass. This storm tracking off to the southeast, there are what looked to me like a couple of little notches along the front end of this line that would be concerning. One of them right near Castle Grove, just to the east of it, you kind of have that little notch trying to form right there. That would be the primary area that kind of has my attention right now as being a potential concern for an area of rotation that could produce a tornado. Let's take a quick look at the velocity, and again, we're getting a little bit of disruption in, or like Corey was saying earlier, sometimes the winds can get so powerful in these storms that it creates a little bit of a muddled image in our radar data. And we're seeing a little bit of that right now, but certainly an area of rotation just to the west of Castle Grove, right in there, looks to be the primary area of concern right now with that storm. As it continues to track off to the southeast, which we had the storm speed still as being around 45 miles an hour, is that correct?
That's last I saw, yes.
Okay, so 45 mile an hour, 45 mile an hour speed with that storm as it continues to track off to the southeast. That'll take the rotating portion of this storm down through Castle Grove by 5:26, and from that point, we'll see it continuing to track off down towards Anamosa, Center Junction, and Springville. We have this other storm here that is to the west of Central City, to the southeast of Center Point. This storm also has a tornado warning with it for a radar-indicated rotation, and it is also tracking off to the southeast at around 45 miles an hour. So these storms, again, earlier this afternoon, a history of producing brief tornadoes. At this point, it is radar-indicated rotation. Have not seen any, let's see, we have a spotter report of a funnel cloud northwest of Springville at US 151. That came in from a Lynn County spotter. And let's see, another spotter between Robbins and Toddville near I-380. Reports there of wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. So again, reports on the ground of this storm trying to produce a tornado, certainly producing some damaging winds as well, which is why we do have that tornado warning, that the series of tornado warnings that are issued. And again, of course, the National Weather Service has issued that tornado warning farther out to include Cedar, Jones, and Lynn County. That is in effect until 6:15. If you are in this area of the warning, you do still have time to react, especially if you are on the southern ends of this warning, Lisbon, Clarence, Wyoming. These storms have a, again, large hail, damaging wind threat, and that brief spin-up tornado threat that goes with them. So you might have time to quickly go outside, move the car into the garage, secure any loose furniture that might blow around as these storms track in your direction. So you do still have some time to react if you are in those areas. If you're closer into these storms, areas such as Cass, Jackson, Albernet, Springville, Marion, your time is running short before these storms hit you, so you need to make sure that you are in your safe place now, lowest level of your home, making sure you're out of the way of that storm as it approaches your area.
We've got our Marion City Cam in the lower left. We're going to see winds increase there pretty soon. We've got stronger wind gusts moving into the Cedar Rapids area right now as these storms track off to the southeast. Those bright blues that you see on your screen are indicative of very strong winds. Now, granted, they are off the surface of the earth here. They're a little bit up in the sky, but you can see at least 70 to 80 miles per hour, perhaps. Now, not all of that energy with the winds is going to make it down here to where we live, but we have had reports of estimated 70 mile per hour winds back toward Ryan. This is the same area where the tornadic development is likely. It's still located very close to Castle Grove. It will be tracking very close to Monticello and Langworthy. So if you live in those areas, you should be seeking shelter immediately. You don't have very much time, as AJ mentioned, for additional storm preparedness as these storms are moving in at a quick pace, 40 to 45 miles per hour. And so even if a tornado does not take place, very strong winds are looking likely. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning for a chunk of Benton, Lynn, Johnson, and Iowa counties. This really does sort of encompass the rest of this line. We're going to try to get you the information here. Cedar Rapids, the rest of the metro included in this, as well as northern Johnson, just outside of Iowa City, Coralville, but North Liberty would be included. Williamsburg and points to the north, the Amanas in Iowa County and the rest of Benton County until 6:15. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. They do also tag tornado possible with this. So if you live within that area, expect intense storms to be moving in very, very soon. But the primary concern remains this storm that's tracking through far northeastern Lynn County, northwestern Jones County, and off to the southeast. I'm going to put on our velocity view again. If we've got the latest update here. Again, we're running into some of those issues where the radar is getting a little confused, but there is some pretty strong rotation just south of Castle Grove and west and northwest of Langworthy, southwest of Monticello. We don't have reports from the National Weather Service of tornadic development there, but if it were to be taking place, that is where it would be located within this storm, and that is some of the stronger rotation that we've seen so far this afternoon, I would say, in terms of the potential for development there.
I would tend to agree. Some pretty strong rotation showing up there as you have circled. Worth mentioning now 4,000 people out of power across eastern Iowa from these storms. So that is, again, just kind of an indicator on just how strong these storms are as they are moving through the area. Something of note to mention, so this is, Corey just had a look at the velocity on, or the wind speeds inside the storm. This is kind of a traditional look at the heavy rainfall, some of the hail that's within that storm, but it's worth mentioning right over Cass, that kind of that notch. We've seen this a couple times now as this storm has been trying to kind of strengthen and see that rotation try to tighten up. Right in this area, right over Cass, where you have that little notch starting to form, that's going to be your area of concern where that rotation is within that storm. And as it tracks off to the southeast, that's going to be your most likely spot for getting a tornado to develop as this storm pushes through the area. So again, that tornado warning is ongoing in Jones and Lynn County until 5:45, but there's also the extended tornado warning that goes out into Cedar, Jones, and Lynn County till 6:15. Radar indicated, but you can see very clearly why they have issued that warning. Again, that kind of that notch you're seeing there over Cass, that would be your area of rotation right in this region here, and it tends to match up almost exactly with where that strongest rotation is situated. So again, right in there, just to the east of Cass, and as that continues to track off to the southeast, you're going to want to make sure that you are in your safe place as this storm approaches your area. Fresh radar feed right there. Again, not surprising, this storm continuing to maintain its strength. Some fairly tight rotation within that circle there, just to the south of Castle Grove as this storm continues to move on through. Locally heavy rainfall, again, large hail, also a major concern with this storm as it moves through. A lot of those deep purples and almost pinks and a little bit of a white color that you can see there in radar that's currently over Prairieburg, Castle Grove. That's where your heavy rainfall, your largest hail is going to be, and this storm capable of producing hail up to the size of a baseball. So you of course have your tornado threat that you need to contend with, but keep in mind high winds and hail can also lead to some very severe damage with these storms as they move through the area. We've gotten some really large hail reports from these storms previously, so would certainly treat them as a storm that is capable of producing everything that is advertised with them. The damaging winds, the hail, the tornado. Again, in your safe places where you want to be currently if you are in the path of this storm, if you are in any of these warnings.
I believe we have a picture of the storms as they were approaching Vinton earlier, some of the ominous view there. Yeah, it looks like a good leading edge of a shelf cloud as those storms move through. Vinton was very much in line for those very strong winds. I haven't any reports from back there, but certainly we'll be watching that area potentially for any sort of damage. Latest damage reports, though, did come in from near Central City, large trees down in the city and a mile to the east of the city too. So even outside of that tornadic threat, we've been emphasizing this over the past couple of hours, there still is a really good shot at seeing some very gusty winds, and that is something that you would want to seek shelter for as a result. big broad area of thunderstorms. Let's pull back and take a wide view of our entire TV9 viewing area. Cluster has formed and really has congealed into a broken line, but it's maintained a couple of smaller clusters within that have allowed the storms to keep their rotation with them and potentially have the threat of some tornadic development. This tornado warning for portions of Jones and Linn County goes until 5:45. That is the portion of the storm that at this point has some pretty significant rotation near Anamosa, near Langworthy. It's all along that Highway 151 corridor right now as the storms track to the southeast. If you live near there or in portions of Jones County that are southeast of Highway 151, you need to seek shelter now because these storms are moving your way at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. The areas of rotation are likely obscured by rain in at least some of these cases. And so if a tornado takes place, it will be difficult to see before it gets to your area. A broader tornado warning covers this storm as it tracks to the southeast. That's for portions of Cedar, as well as eastern Linn and northern, or rather southwestern Jones County. Much of Jones County is included in this until 6:15. Not only do these storms have the potential to produce rotation or brief tornadoes, the threat of golf ball, baseball-sized hail. There have been reports, one report in Delaware County of softball-sized hail. So this is a very organized storm that has very intense characteristics to it and could produce a handful of different severe weather outcomes. And that's why the National Weather Service kind of decided to go with this big tornado warning. They'd been issuing little ones embedded within severe thunderstorm warnings. They kind of flipped the script there and instead went with a large tornado warning because of that possibility of rotation to quickly spin up anywhere along where these storms are moving. But it is those areas that are within those red boxes that we really just want to emphasize as seeing the most intense weather at this point. There have been a litany of reports from the Cedar Rapids metro area of 60-mile-per-hour winds, at least estimated from various spotters and other folks around. And so we're not too shocked that we're hearing about that. The latest update from Central City, it comes in the form of a picture into our newsroom. I believe we have that available potentially. We'll have it for you here in just a second, but we are starting to get some of those. That's another view of the storm as it moved in. Another well-organized shelf cloud, dark skies as storms moved in, and right near the Central City area. Starting to see other reports, and of course we will continue to effort to get more pictures and video. If you are in a safe position and can do so, go ahead and send us some pictures or video once the storm is passed. That's kcrg.com/unews, or hit the submit button, lower right corner of your KCRG First Alert Weather app. That's a really easy way to get that information to us. We can take it, share it with our viewers to let them know what's taking place with these storms, and of course we can pass it along to the National Weather Service as well. That is always a big help. But AJ, this tornado warning, still watching an area of, at the very least, intense winds, likely some pretty strong rotation. And again, if it doesn't result in tornadic development, we're starting to see some of those wind speed values lower in the storm as it gets closer to the radar site, 70 to 80 mile per hour based on our velocity view. And again, could be about that strong as it moves to the southeast. National Weather Service just sort of highlighted that for folks in the path of the storm.
Absolutely, and that latest look right there at the wind speeds inside of the storm, where you're seeing a lot of those pinks and reds. Again, that is where the wind speeds get so strong within the storm that you get a little bit of a color that flips, and we have ways to try and account for that, but sometimes you can get a little bit of a glitch, if you will, that kind of leads to that color mismatch. So think of those reds and pinks there as more of a lighter green or blue. That's what it would ordinarily supposed to be showing up as. But you're absolutely right, Corey. We've seen some really strong winds within this storm, whether it produces a tornado or not. But primary area of rotation and concern at this point is just to the north of Anamosa. That is where we've got a kind of an area where you've got some winds that are kind of converging. And if we pair that with what the traditional radar view looks like, you'll notice still that little bit of a notch that the storm has been able to maintain for the last couple of radar scans. And at this point, still seeing it right there, kind of stretching down out and in front of this storm just to the north of Anamosa. Right in there is where you've got those winds that do have kind of that indication of rotation. So that's the area of the storm that has the tornadic threat. So even if you don't see the tornado that reaches, even if the tornado doesn't reach the ground, like Corey mentioned, still some very high winds within that storm. Again, a quick back look at the velocity, you can see a lot of those pinks and reds there. That does indicate some really powerful winds within this storm. And as the storm continues to track off to the southeast, it's going to get closer and closer to the radar that is currently taking those measurements. So to give you kind of an idea on it, the radar site is here in Davenport. The storm is off this way, but as it moves closer to Davenport, because that radar beam gets sent up into the sky at a bit of an angle, the closer the storm is to the radar site, the lower down that radar beam is interacting with that storm, or the closer to the surface that radar beam is interacting with the storm. So we get a better image on what's going on in the lower levels of the storm. So right now, those wind speeds, again, this is being measured a little ways off the ground, but still some powerful winds, and we do have evidence of those stronger winds reaching down to the ground. And again, it's worth mentioning that this isn't the only storm that we are currently concerned with. One of a couple storms that are tracking off towards the southeast. This one at this point does seem to have, the one that we were just talking about north of Anamosa, appears to have the strongest rotation. However, there is still a tornado warning in effect for a storm that is currently moving into Lynn County, approaching Springville, moving into Cedar Rapids currently. And that storm at this point, as we switch over to our velocity, might have some broad rotation within it. Again, perhaps some stronger winds, an area of very weak broad rotation within the storm there. The good news, doesn't look to be quite as strong as the storm that is currently to the north of Anamosa. But still a storm to take seriously, still some heavy rainfall, some hail, some damaging winds within that storm certainly. Like Corey mentioned a minute ago, we've gotten several reports of winds over 60 miles an hour in the Cedar Rapids area as these storms continue to track off to the south and east. And it does look like a report of likely near 80 mile an hour winds and a tornado threat near Langworthy in Jones County, as again that storm continues to move off towards Anamosa. So that appears to at this point be the strongest of the storms and the one that has that largest tornado threat with it.
Now in the lower right corner of your screen will be our Springville City Cam. Heaviest storms are of course just a little bit to the northeast of Springville, but the intensity of the wind is picking up there as well as the rain, so we would show that to you at this time. You can see a little bit of the flags just to the upper right of the screen. Let me reposition here just a little bit. There's a flagpole next to the American Legion there that could give us at least some indication of the wind direction and speed just a little bit more, so that we'll recenter there just slightly. But one of the things that we've been talking about with this storm lately has been the hail potential, and it does look like that has perhaps diminished a little bit. You can see as it tracks off to the southeast, this is the last hour worth of hail size, and we really had that very large hail potential very near Ryan. Lime size, so that's 2-inch to tennis ball size, maybe a little bit bigger. Some reports of softball sized hail there, but those bright pinks and reds aren't showing up as it approaches Highway 151, and the latest indication is still some severe hail is possible. Ping pong ball sized hail is nothing you'd want to be out and about in for sure, and you wouldn't want your property or cars to be in the line for this, but it is something that at least has improved a little bit. But we have seen this same storm drop some of its hail and then strengthen again as it moves off to the southeast. What AJ has been tracking very carefully is this area of rotation has now crossed Highway 151. The strongest winds are moving down toward Amber. Center Junction is very close to this. Scotch Grove is also very close to this in terms of where some of this very intense wind potentially, as well as that tornadic development, is moving through. So far we have not had reports, which is great. And AJ, I know you are often keeping an eye on the debris tracker. I'm trying to see, well, we may have a little something, but I'm not sure. I don't think so. I think that's just something showing up on the radar. We're looking at it off the camera here. But That's good news too. Yeah, that's not associated with actual debris, so that's good news. But those bright blues and pinks represent winds that could be 70 to 80 miles per hour moving through Jones County outside of the area of rotation, which is also there near the corner of 170th Street, and we're talking the area just County Road E17, so that corner as it tracks to the southeast. And of course, it's moving at a pretty good clip, so Onslow, Wyoming, Center Junction, all getting involved in this storm very, very soon.
Absolutely. And like you said, good news that so far it has all been radar indicated. Of course, this storm earlier in the afternoon had produced some brief tornadoes, or at least this complex of storms as it pushes through. But at this point, appears to be radar indicated. Something, of course, worth monitoring as these storms continue to maintain their rotation, especially this storm that is now moving into northern Jones County. Currently, that strongest, most impactful part of this storm complex just to the southwest of Monticello, just to the east of Cass and Jackson. Looks like it'll be continuing to track off to the southeast. And as it continues to do so, it brings with it that continued tornado threat, as well as some, like Corey mentioned, hail, damaging winds as well. And even sort of something to keep in mind, rather, with these storms, at this point, it looks like what we initially were watching, which was a little bit of an appendage as we kind of go back a couple of radar scans. So as of about 20 minutes ago, this is what the storm looked like, and we kind of had that little appendage that was stretching out just to the east of Jackson. But if we take a look at where it's at now, not as definitive. Let's see what things are looking at with the rotation within the storm. Still plenty of rotation, though, especially just to the south of Scotch Grove. So again, just evidence of this storm continuing to maintain its strength, continuing to maintain that tornado threat. And even if it is not the tornado threat, it's damaging winds as well. We'll go ahead and put a storm track on this briefly, just to kind of take a look at where we're expecting this entire line of storms to track as we go through the rest of this evening. Because again, it's not just the tornado warned storm. We do also have ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings for other portions of the viewing area as well, including Benton County. We have the ongoing tornado warning for Cedar, Jones, and Lynn County. Delaware, Jones, and Lynn County also under a severe thunderstorm warning as we continue to see that moving off in that direction. Benton, Iowa, Johnson, Lynn County under a severe thunderstorm warning as well until 6:15. So for the next half hour, you are going to want to make sure that you are staying weather aware, keeping an eye on radar, and continuing to stay with us as well. We'll keep you up to date with the latest on where these storms are going, and we'll stay on the air with you as long as there is that tornado threat to contend with. But in terms of where the storms are currently tracking, we'll kind of draw out a line right along that leading edge. And as these storms continue to move off towards the southeast, we'll see them approaching Belle Plaine by 5:50, Lisbon by 5:55, the Eastern Iowa Airport right about 6 o'clock, Maquoketa by 6:10, Tipton by 6:17, Coral Ridge Mall by 6:28, Iowa City by 6:33, and Clinton by the time we get to 6:48. And these storms have had no problem maintaining their strength throughout the evening. I would expect to continue to see them maintaining their strength for easily the next hour as they continue to move through a warm, moist environment and continue to take advantage of it as they push through the area.
That is for sure. They are doing the most that they can with the environment that they have, which has resulted in this swath of very intense storms moving through. Sometimes in the summer you get those very muggy conditions to move in. Our dew points shot upward today, and we've got areas where dew points have gotten into the mid-70s, and that has really helped the case here in terms of this storm system producing damaging wind, large hail, and a couple of tornado reports back toward Bremer, portions of Buchanan County potentially. Still efforting to see exactly what took place up that direction, and so are officials in that area. Center Junction, the rotation is very near your area and shifting southeastward. Onslow, Wyoming, you all need to be in your safe place immediately as these storms continue to move in. They are producing, at the very least, very strong winds and potentially that tornadic development. This tornado warning continues for another half an hour, goes until 6:15. It also includes the potential for up to baseball-sized hail There's been some indication that that hail threat perhaps has waned a little bit, which is good news, but the potential is still there for the storm to drop some hail as it moves southeastward. I believe we had a photograph, correct me if I'm wrong, there we go. This is near Central, is it Central City, am I correct? North of Central City of some tree damage. You can see some pretty big limbs at the very least, if not a whole tree itself, and a pretty wooded area near that person's home. Hopefully things are okay. Some structures possibly in the foreground too, so hopefully not too much damage where that person sent us this picture, but we certainly thank you for this real look at what the storms produced as they moved through earlier in northern Linn County, because that's helpful to know exactly what we're facing as they continue off to the southeast. That's the good news there. Thank you for sending that picture. You can, of course, send us pictures once conditions are safe. That's through unews, kcrg.com/unews, or the submit button on your KCRG First Alert Weather app. AJ?
Absolutely, and we're going to continue to watch for the storm threat for a good portion of eastern Iowa through the rest of the evening. Severe thunderstorm watch has been expanded a little bit farther to the east, but it includes just about everybody along and south of Highway 20. And that continues until 10 o'clock tonight. That is for a severe thunderstorm watch. Damaging winds, large hail, of course, are going to be threats with these storms, and then that tornado threat that goes along with it. We'll take just a brief moment to kind of track out where these storms are expected to move for the rest of the evening with Pinpoint Futurecast. Walk things back to about where we are situated currently. And by the time we get to 7, they'll be moving into Cedar Rapids. From that point, well, approaching and moving into Cedar Rapids currently as we speak. But then from that point, they'll move south of the area, and by the time we get to 9 o'clock, getting south of Interstate 80, by 11, well south of the area, and moving out by the time we get to midnight tonight. And that is the good news with these storms. With them moving through earlier in the evening, it's not going to be as much of an overnight threat, so we won't be dealing with folks being woken up or worse, sleeping through strong to severe storms as we go through the overnight hours of tonight. But for the next couple of hours, going to have to remain weather aware as these storms push through the area. Again, a severe thunderstorm and tornado warning both in effect along this line of storms as it continues to track off to the south and east. Currently that line, the front end of it, including Anamosa, Wyoming, you'll be seeing impacts here shortly. Same with Lisbon. You are all under a tornado warning, so make sure that you are in your safe place. It'd be your basement, lowest level of your home if you don't have a basement, and an interior room, closet, bathroom. Get as away from windows and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Farther to the west of this tornado warning, Cedar Rapids, Van Horn, you all are still under the gun, currently experiencing those storms as they move through. The threats with those going to be 60-mile-an-hour winds. Hail, not as severe of a threat with these storms. Primarily, it's going to be a gusty wind threat. But there is still the possibility of a brief spin-up tornado that can't be entirely ruled out. At this point, not enough of a concern for the National Weather Service to put you under a tornado warning, but we have seen with these storms as we've gone through the evening, it doesn't take much for them to quickly spin up a brief tornado or area of rotation that could warrant a tornado warning being issued. So go ahead and take these storms seriously. Again, if you're in your safe place, make sure you're getting out of the way of them.
Some branches down, I believe that's in Marion, correct? That is from Marion, yes. So some of those branches down, we're going to expect to see a lot of activity like that from the storms where they move through with those wind gust reports in the Cedar Rapids metro of at least 60 miles per hour from various sources, various portions of town too. Not too shocked if we see a lot more pictures like that, some medium-sized branches that have been lost thanks to the storms moving through. At least those that are still there to be blown off trees in the Cedar Rapids area. And some stronger winds than that have been observed in other places that could have caused some more damage. We've seen some potentially, again, Buchanan, Delaware, Bremer, Fayette, perhaps very far northeastern Blackhawk County. Those are some of the spots where some of the more intense reports potentially of damage. Now we're still getting initial reports from eastern Iowa, but you can see it stretches from that area just near Waterloo Cedar Falls off to the southeast as AJ is kind of looking and seeing what's been reported fairly, it's a little bit about 40 minutes ago in Shellsburg. 30 minutes ago or so, was that wind gust maybe up to about 65 miles per hour. That caused some damage.
And these storm reports are from the last 6 hours, so it kind of shows the history of these storms as they've moved through the area. North side of Cedar Rapids, multiple wind gust reports of around 60 miles an hour in that area. Hiawatha there at 522, a gust of 60 miles an hour. Farther north, we did have some hail reports. Wow, look at that, 4.5-inch sized hail. That would be golf ball to softball sized in Ryan at 514. Of course, that was as that storm was moving through that area and producing some large hail, and it looked like it was producing large hail based on radar scans at that point. So storms that again have that history of producing large hail, damaging winds, and that ongoing tornado threat as we continue to see rotation maintained within these storms as they push off to the south. So again, also heavy rainfall, a threat with these storms as they move through the area. Right now, Monticello looks like you have gone through the worst of the storm, as well as Central City, Walker, Center Point. You're still seeing some heavy rainfall there. Areas to the north as we get towards the Highway 20 corridor, at this point you all appear to be in the clear as these storms have pushed south of your area, just a few lingering showers there. But farther south, again, Wyoming, you'll see those storms arriving in your area shortly. Lisbon, they are knocking on your doorstep. Clarence, you are currently under that tornado warning, and it won't be long before those storms are moving your direction. And again, it is worth mentioning with this tornado warning, it covers a large area. And the reason for that is because along this line of storms as it has moved through, there have been a series of small, brief spin-up areas of rotation. And the National Weather Service has issued kind of a broad brush warning to cover that threat for those brief spin-up tornadoes that could occur along that line as it moves through.
Let's take a look at some more video from a viewer of wind really ruffling the top of corn in a field. This was near Mount Vernon, is that correct? Yeah, near Mount Vernon. It's a short clip, but you can see some pretty strong winds. There was a report earlier that we may have to track down, but of some corn that had been blown down, or at least hopefully temporarily blown down along the path of these storms. That one has slipped past my view here, though. But it just really goes to show that the winds have been pretty intense, those gusts very strong as they've been moving through. The latest information is that we are starting to see these storms really sort of disorganize a little bit compared to where they were, and AJ's been kind of pointing that out. There's a couple warnings left. This tornado warning is why we are still on the air with you, but you can see the bright pinks and purples are gone as the storm has tracked southeastward. And if we could actually, I know it's not much of a difference in terms of what we're looking at, but if we could switch the big box to max 2, I'd like to point something out from that system. There we go. Thank you. And so it's this leading edge where we've seen some of this green show up way out in front of the storm. That's some of the cooler air from the storm that is rushing outward. And so that's coming from this heavier rain. It has the gusty winds along with it. So the gusty wind threat starts a little bit ahead of where the heavy rain threat now as these storms move through. But what that often does too is reduce the threat for some tornadic activity. It may also tend to lead to the storms weakening a little bit. Once that, what we call outflow air, gets out ahead of it, that tends to diminish some of that development. Now, it's not a guarantee that we will see continued weakening, but it is at least perhaps a positive sign. But I wouldn't let your guard down if you're within this tornado warning, especially if you live somewhere along the area southeast of Monticello. That's the area that where the rotation could be taking place. If it is, it's Iowa 38 in that area, over toward 136 as well. That's the spot where if there were still a rotation in the storm, it would be near, so very close to Wyoming. But the indication based on our velocity view, basically every bit of information that we're getting for the storm in terms of its intensity is that it has shown a decent decline in its strength. Now, it's still likely producing some very gusty winds. You can see what AJ is showing you on the screen with those bright blues showing up with some bright greens, again, that we're talking about winds that are in excess of 60 miles per hour when you see that kind of wind speed. So certainly still a severe weather threat with these storms, but hopefully we are seeing some diminishing of the tornado threat. It is not as ominous as it once was closer to Castle Grove when we spoke with you about 20 to 30 minutes ago. As this has progressed off to the southeast, there's been some weakening of that rotation, but not necessarily a total collapse of this storm. I would still say it is still very intense and packing a punch, still has the possibility to produce damage outside of tornadic development, but it may be shifting to more of a gusty wind threat. I would say the warning that's in effect for points to the southwest in portions of Johnson County, you will see some gusty winds moving in, but the heavy storm is well off to your northeast. Solon may see some of those gustier winds, but you can see on the leading edge of that, the little green line that's south of the word Solon. That's where the winds are, not necessarily with the heaviest rain. And so it's starting to push out of that area. And that really does give the indication of a storm that, at least that portion of it, the southwestern portion of it, is weakening. Now, another thing to watch is just off to the northwest. There's more storms, more heavy rain, possibly some gusty wind with them as they move into portions of Benton and Lynn County. If we could take Max 2 in the main box again, that'd be excellent. There's the heavier rain that's moving through Center Point, Interstate 380, between Center Point and Cedar Rapids, and over toward Robbins and Marion and Hiawatha. That's where, again, more intense storms are moving through. Now, they are not severe, but they still are very heavy, adding to rainfall totals, just adding to the overall picture of some very strong storms. There's a pretty good cell south of Tama. That is where the potential for frequent lightning and heavy downpours are likely to exist. National Weather Service issued a severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of this storm. That's encouraging in terms of what we've been discussing, in terms of perhaps the tornadic threat diminishing a little bit. This is for far northeastern Cedar County, as well as a good chunk of Clinton County toward DeWitt, falling short of Clinton itself over on the Mississippi. But it is a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail or smaller. So they do not see a big hail threat with this anymore. And it goes until 6:30. So at this point, that is, again, very encouraging sign. Does indicate that they are perhaps thinking about keeping this tornado warning going for now, because they issued it kind of toward the edge of it. But it is a positive development. You can see lightning development. If I pan back here a little bit, what was a really dense cluster of lightning right around the heaviest portion of the storm, southwest of Manchester, is now still plenty of lightning, still potentially dangerous, but not as many lightning strikes as there were. And we can actually quantify that if we turn on our lightning tracker view. So if you look below the First Alert logo in the upper left corner of your screen, it says 247 lightning strikes. So it's in 15 minutes, and that's the entirety of your picture. So some stretching from Tama all the way up toward the Dubuque area. But if we go back, I'm going to jump back to an hour, and that number is going to refresh, and it's more than double, close to triple. So we've really seen that lightning decrease quite a bit as it moves off to the southeast, which is just another indication potentially that these storms have peaked in intensity, still very strong, but encouraging signs. We're looking for reasons to feel good about this severe weather threat diminishing a little bit as they shift off to the southeast. But still, again, very much packing a punch, still the potential for some of those areas of rotation to spin up quickly, although even that has started to shift away a little bit.
And kind of to your point, Corey, talking about that potential weakening trend and kind of hoping for that with these storms, looks like the latest word from the National Weather Service in the Quad Cities is that they will likely expire or cancel the tornado warning before the scheduled expiration time of 6:15. They also tend to agree with us that the tornado threat seems to be winding down at this point. However, still that threat for some damaging winds, which again would explain that expansion of the severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of that tornado warning. So again, good news at this point. It appears that the tornado threat is starting to wind down, but we do still have that warning. So we are going to stay with you here until that warning is entirely gone and out of the area. But you did mention a few minutes ago, Corey, it looks like the outflow winds are starting to get out ahead of that storm. And you can see right there in that radar image, right near Clarence, right along that line being drawn there. That's where the front edge of those really strong gusty winds are ahead of those storms. And when you get them out ahead of the storm like that, oftentimes that would indicate that it's going to be a little bit, or it would indicate the tornado threat with that storm is not what it is, or not what it once was. So always a good sign there that potentially we're getting a little bit of weakening with this storm, but still that high wind threat does remain a concern.
They did update the tornado warning to trim it back, so Anamosa, Monticello, all sorts of areas no longer included in it. They are still indicating that it's for the threat of perhaps a brief tornado as well as strong winds, as AJ relayed from their thinking that they agree that the tornado threat has diminished somewhat, but not enough to outright cancel the warning at least. So they keep that going for the time being. And it goes for another 14 minutes. If you are just joining us, expecting the TV9 News at 6, we are instead keeping an eye on these storms as they track through eastern Iowa, have produced damage. We've gotten photographs from viewers and reports from the National Weather Service and various emergency management agencies that there have been some areas of damage, unfortunately. We're still working to assess that. There are 3 warnings in effect for portions of the viewing area. You can see the main one highlighted is this tornado warning. It goes until 6:15 for southern Jones, northern Cedar County. Tipton not included, but many communities in between. Northern Johnson County, northeastern Iowa County, and far southern Lynn County, including a severe thunderstorm warning as well that has just dropped off our screen. It was just canceled. We discussed there how there really wasn't much to see there. It was this area that was under that warning. You can see not much in the way of rain and on the edge of these storms such that the wind threat would likely be fairly low. The severe thunderstorm warning was recently issued for far eastern Cedar County up along Highway 30 and western, southwestern Clinton County. Goes until 6:30 tonight. As for 60-mile-per-hour winds for the potential of some very small hail. But again, these storms have previously had a pretty significant hail threat, and that has changed. That has really diminished within the past little while, and so that is a good sign for the intensity of the storms continuing to decrease. But they still pack a punch as they move off to the southeast at a brisk 40 to 45 miles per hour. Let's take a look at a storm track and get an idea of where things are going. They are currently moving at about 45 miles per hour still. That's pretty consistent over the last little while. Let's do that again. My hand slipped a little bit. Okay. Let's take this off to the southeast. We'll do that really quickly, and then we're going to take a look at some viewer video here in a little bit. Mechanicsville at about 6:04, Monmouth at about 6:07, Stanwood closer to 6:11, and Clarence at 6:16. Maquoketa not included in a warning, but this line of storms approaching your area at about 6:19, Loudon closer to 6:25. Then you get into the Calamus-Wheatland area just about 6:30, and Wilton closer to 6:30 as well. So let's take a look at this viewer video from earlier. Where are we looking here earlier? Does seem to be a little bit of a whirl of dust. Right, it's very brief. And certainly some dust being kicked up could be a localized downburst. It's a little tough to tell. We do thank you for sending in that video. We would encourage safe behavior if you're capturing videos, and we don't want you to take any unnecessary risks to get these types of things to us. So please be safe as you're doing that. But certainly an interesting look as those storms move through. We'll have to see what was happening there on the northwest side by the river over there in Cedar Rapids, severe weather as it moved through.
Absolutely, yeah, it'll be worth looking at. Many areas it'll be worth and important to look at for damage assessments. And as we look at where the storms currently are tracking, a couple things that are worth noting. That video there along the S-curve in Cedar Rapids, at this point, it does look like Cedar Rapids is out of the warning, and they are still going to be seeing some storm activity moving through, perhaps some lightning strikes, but it does look like the worst of the severe threat is now past Cedar Rapids. It's also moving out of Anamosa, Monticello, areas to the north near Dyersville and Manchester. You guys at this point are in the clear. However, areas still expecting impacts from these storms as they move through would include Clarence. In fact, with the line that we've drawn out a couple times right along here, this is going to be what is known as your gust front, or that leading edge of those really strong winds as that storm moves through. So you'll notice Clarence, if you are in that area, you've likely just been hit by those really powerful winds as the storm approaches. Tipton, you're going to be getting hit by those winds as well. You'll notice the winds hit first, you get a little bit of a break, and then the heavy rain comes in behind those. Or I should say, there's a gap in time between the beginning of the winds and the beginning of the rain. So that's something that you'll be experiencing right now in Clarence. Tipton, you'll be experiencing it here shortly as well. as this storm continues to move off to the southeast. But it does still have the threat for some damaging winds. There is still a tornado warning associated with this storm, but some good news that we've seen, like we've talked about a couple times with the winds kind of getting out ahead of the storm, that does tend to reduce your tornado threat a bit. And as we look inside the storm at some of the velocity, it appears as though we do have some strong winds that are ongoing near Olin, Wyoming, Oxford Junction, but at this point I'm not seeing any particularly tight areas of rotation that would immediately cause concern for a tornado being produced. However, this storm is still a powerful storm, packs a punch with some strong winds. It does have some hail with it. That doesn't appear to be as much of a threat as earlier. Again, a very good sign as these storms appear to be on a bit of a weakening trend.
That is the latest indication from the National Weather Service too, AJ. And so I want to go ahead and alert our control room that the National Weather Service is going to let this warning expire. And so it does look like we will be joining the KCRG TV9 News at 6 here in a little bit. Just want to have them ready to know that we should get ready to get going with the newscast in a truncated version here pretty shortly. But for the time being, we're going to keep an eye on these storms as we get that set up for you. We've got lots of stories of the day to get to in terms of news, all fresh from our reporters around eastern Iowa. But the severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Cedar and Jones County, or rather Clinton County, continues. This tornado warning, it's still in effect technically for another 7 minutes, but the threat for tornadic development has really completely fallen apart at this point, and that's why they're going to let that go. But it still is an area highlighting where gusty winds are possible. And there was recently a report, a little delayed from, I believe it was Center Junction in Jones County, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. They estimated it lasted maybe up to 10 to 15 minutes. And so these storms still do pack a punch wind-wise, but the tornadic threat has diminished quite a bit. And so that is the good news there. AJ's got a broad view. Do you just want to take a quick look, AJ, at perhaps our traditional radar view, and then just maybe a quick look just from a wider perspective to show folks as we continue to prepare for our 6 o'clock news?
Absolutely. So we are continuing to track these storms as they move through eastern Iowa. We were with you earlier this afternoon as they moved into our northwestern counties first, and they have been pushing off to the southeast here over the last several hours, bringing with them the threats for damaging winds, large hail. There have been brief tornado reports earlier in the afternoon, but we have now again seen that tornado threat beginning to diminish. But still, these storms, as they move through, they will have that threat for damaging winds, especially in that tornado warned area of the storm and that severe thunderstorm warning that extends out beyond it. Some locally heavy rainfall as well. And as these storms continue to track off to the southeast, we'll put a storm track along the entire line just so that you can know when to expect these storms in your area, no matter where you are across eastern Iowa. So as they continue to move off to the south over the next hour, these storms will be moving towards Clarence by 6:14, Maquoketa by 6:22, Iowa City by the time we get to 6:31, DeWitt by 6:46, Muscatine by 6:52, and then on into Clinton and Moline as we get to 6:59 and 7:07.
Okay. Just want to double check with the control room. We're all set to take on the news. Is that correct? Okay. So, because the threat for tornadic development has diminished while that warning continues for another 4 minutes, we're going to get a jump start here and join Beth Malicki and Jim Mertens for some of that news coverage. But we thank you for trusting us for your severe weather coverage here on KCRG TV9. We, of course, will be monitoring things and more to come on TV9 News at 6 about the weather as well. Stay with your trusted local news source, KCRG TV9. All right, folks, I'm meteorologist Corey Thompson back here in the TV9 First Alert Weather Lab. Thanks if you've been sticking with us on our live stream here throughout the afternoon and evening. We do have one pretty significant thunderstorm in southeast Iowa that has grown rather intense. It is a severe thunderstorm, so there are no tornado warnings in effect for any part of the TV9 viewing area, but the potential for some pretty hefty weather in terms of producing large hail is out there. This severe thunderstorm warning is for the area you see on your screen, and it does include the threat of hail up to baseball sized as well as 70-mile-per-hour winds. Tornado possible tag on this storm, although it does appear that the rotation with this storm is more of the broad variety, more indicative of a really well organized storm that could produce some pretty large hail. At this point, we have not had reports from this storm. It's been moving through mainly rural areas of Iowa County, but Millersburg, North English, South English, Kinross, down toward Harper and Keota, all within the scope of this warning. Williamsburg has been too over the past little bit. The really heavy portion of the storm did move pretty close to the Williamsburg area, so we may end up seeing some reports from that coming soon. You can see the pink and purple has shown up a little bit less expressive here on Pinpoint Doppler radar. I'm going to step it back here for a little bit. You see those bright colors in rural Iowa County, but then they've become a little bit more faded as they moved into southern Iowa County and toward northern Keokuk County, which would be good news. Hopefully the hail fell in places where it did the least amount of damage possible, as this storm certainly showed signs of some pretty high intensity. It is tracking off to the southeast, though. It's moving at about 25 miles per hour, so it is a slow mover, and this is the type of thunderstorm that could potentially set off people's cell phones as it tracks to the southeast, because there is the possibility of producing baseball-sized hail. It's considered a destructive thunderstorm by the National Weather Service, and does require that you take it pretty seriously. You want to stay away from windows, and you want to stay indoors. If you are outdoors in a storm like this, you could get hurt pretty badly. So we're just giving a big, broad overview as the storm tracks to the south-southeast. And the most intense portion of the storm, the part that's most likely to produce hail, will be not the entirety of it, but strong winds are certainly possible pretty much anywhere along its path. So Webster at about 7:15, South Park closer to 7:24, and Wellman, same story. Keota at about 7:29, Lexington at 7:34, Westchester at 7:40. Now we're starting to move out of the warning. Talleyrand at 7:43, Washington it would be closer to 7:56. So you still got a little ways, but if you live in Washington and you're not in this warning yet, same story that we gave to some folks earlier this evening off to your north. Maybe it's a good idea to move that car indoors if you haven't already, as the storm still has a pretty good signature where it could be producing pretty large hail, and we don't want you to run into trouble there. It could cause some damage. What you should do as storms move through, again, it's pretty straightforward. Stay indoors. You want to stay away from outside windows, and especially as the storm moves through, because of the potential for damage. And if it is producing baseball-sized hail, that is the type of hail that can shatter a window. It does look like we just came across a report from emergency managers in Iowa County in the Millersburg area. This was about at 7:02, so about 15 minutes ago. That was in the path of the storm. Golf ball to baseball-sized hail was observed. So it is producing, or very well still could be producing, that type of hail. Cover your head with blankets and pillows and towels if you are in that sort of path. And just basically stay indoors. Get away from the outside while this storm is moving through. Going to take a look at the storm a little closer. Certainly very large, very heavy as it moves through the area. There it is. You can see very intense rainfall at the very least, but likely still some very large hail. We're going to put our hail path for the last little while. Yeah, and at largest in areas in Iowa County, it may have been producing baseball-sized or larger in Millersburg. And remember, we had that report just moments ago of hail near there, and that was baseball size. So it does look like things matched up pretty well. And so there may have been a swath of very large hail in this path. North English may have seen some of that too, with that storm producing, or rather moving right over that area. And the latest view from our hail size indicator, still possibly up to that 2-inch diameter range. That's the lime size on the key to the right. AJ was talking about that earlier on TV9 as the storms were having those warnings issued, and still looks like has a pretty good chance to produce some pretty large hail potentially. So if you live in the warning, which we'll show you here, southeastern Iowa County, southwestern Johnson County, northeastern Keokuk County, northwestern Washington County. That is where hail could be pretty big. Now, it does look like this storm has weakened a little bit in terms of its ability to produce the largest hail, but when you're talking about the difference between baseball and lime-sized hail, yes, it does make a difference in terms of how much damage it can create, but it still will create a lot of damage, and so you certainly don't want to get involved with that type of hail if you can avoid it. Certainly want to stay away from it. Storm in motion, showing it moving off to the south. Notice that it was not making a lot of progress initially. This cluster of storms, those kind of off in eastern Powesheik County, but then it started to dive a little more southward, kind of combined those multiple cells that were hanging out, and started to track southeastward, which is where we're at right now. Now, the latest update from the National Weather Service just trimmed back parts of this warning, but still warning for golf ball sized hail. So in terms of the potential to do damage, golf ball sized is an improvement, but it's not certainly out of the woods. So we're still talking about the potential for some pretty significant damage. There's a storm on our Sigourney City cam. I'm going to go ahead and pull in a different view that takes away some of that banner. Bear with me here. There's the view from our Sigourney City cam, and I'm going to take off temperature and dew point. It is muggy out there. We felt that all day. Dew points jumped today into the well, we're going to have to reload it. Great. Lost the Sigourney City cam for a moment. Hopefully we can get it back. No, unfortunately, we lost that connection temporarily. Hopefully, we can get it back here in just a moment. But for now, we're a little bit out of luck on Sigourney. Sorry, folks. Let's have a look at what we can get from some of our other city cam sites, potentially. Storm is still fairly intense. It is moving southeastward. I'm just trying to get logged in to see what and if people are sending things on UNews. And We can see if any pictures have shown up. The storm maybe just lost a little bit of its shape in terms of that clear organization, but still showing rotation and the ability to produce severe weather, strong winds, large hail, certainly a possibility with it still as it tracks southeastward. One thing to watch out for is that it is going to be very near this outflow boundary. And sometimes things can get weird when a storm interacts with an outflow boundary. So the storm may be a little bit behind it, which doesn't mean that it can't produce hail or strong winds, but it does potentially limit tornadic development. So hopefully we can keep it just behind the boundary and limit that chance a little bit. Just reviewing some video here before I show it to you guys of some hail in Williamsburg. Does look like it's sizable, not baseball size fortunately, but probably at least quarter sized as it moved through that area. So I'm gonna try to pull that into a way that we can see it here. It was sent to us by Chris. So bear with me again as we effort to get that into the system. Okay. Now let's take a look at this video. This was sent to us from Chris at Williamsburg. You can see hail falling and falling in a pretty big quantity. And as they pan down here by the house, you'll be able to see, maybe get an idea of the size a little bit better. Let's pause and take a look. I mean, it's pretty decent sized chunks of hail falling there in Williamsburg. They were kind of on the edge of some of the worst looking parts of the storm. So certainly a hail producer as it moved through, and you can see heavy rain falling with it too. Let's watch it one more time. Yep, lots of hail. Hopefully damage was limited. As the trees in the background, you don't see like a lot of leaves being shredded off, which is good. You get that really big hail that can do a lot of damage to trees too, in addition to the strong winds. But that is some pretty sizable hail for sure. So something to see there. Courtesy of Chris, sent to us via UNews. If you've got weather imagery to share, video pictures of storms, if you're in a safe spot in a safe time, share them with us on UNews, kcrg.com/UNews, or go to the First Alert Weather app. Lower right corner of the app, the submit button is right there, and that is a great way to be able to share some of those pictures with us too. We don't want you to take any unnecessary risks. Don't put yourself in danger to get us information like that, but overall, we would appreciate it if you do have it. Got another picture. It's going to take a little time. Did get a question. If you're watching us on our live stream on kcrg.com, it's a great spot, or any of our streaming apps, but you can also join us on our YouTube page, where we do have a live chat. We try to keep an eye on it. Of course, it's not, we're doing our best here. Sorry, keeping some plates spinning in the air, but Caleb asks, what's Sunday looking like for severe weather? Around eastern Iowa, the storms in the morning that we have in the forecast, late Saturday night, early Sunday, could be on the strong side. If they organize, you could see some hail or maybe some gusty winds there. It doesn't look like it's going to be as widespread as we experienced today. As we look toward later Sunday, there could be some more storms that produce some more gusty wind and hail, and that could be more towards Sunday night again. But a good chunk of the day, we are expecting to be kind of storm-free. Once we get past the morning, there should be a decent break. Still, this big storm, still the potential to produce golf ball sized hail as it moves through portions of Keokuk and Washington counties in particular now. Would really emphasize that I think Iowa County, for the most part, is getting out of the heaviest storms. But the possibility is there elsewhere. So that's why we're still emphasizing that potential in portions of Keokuk and Washington County in particular. Efforting to get a couple more hail pictures in here to show you. I was from North English, just working to verify them a little bit. Okay, there is our hail that we got sent to us by Leah. Leah sent us this. This was North English, rural North English. Thank you, Leah, for sending us this. It was hail of about 3 inches in diameter based on that picture. You can see it stretches from 1 to 4 on that. So that is some pretty hefty hail. Leah also sent us this picture. Smaller hailstones, but still damaging. Even the smallest ones you see there, at least quarter size. So plenty big and would certainly do some damage if they were in your area. So especially this one. That is a monstrously big hailstone, 3-inch in diameter, right near the area of North English. Severe thunderstorm warning continues because of that storm. The threat of large hail continues. Some damaging winds also possible with these storms. So we are tracking them as they track southeastward. Just about to get to the edge of this severe thunderstorm warning. I'm almost certain that the National Weather Service will issue a new one to account for it. After some decline in the signature of hail potentially for this storm, there's been a little bit of an increase over the last little while. So some sign that this storm is certainly persisting as it moves off to the southeast. That is where we stand right now. This warning goes until 8 o'clock, but again, very much on the edge of that warning, so it's going to move out and start affecting more of Washington, Keokuk, as well as Jefferson, Henry counties next in line. Brad asked us in the YouTube chat, it looks like Cedar County is all clear as well. In terms of severe weather, I would say Cedar County is done at this point. But in terms of seeing a little more rain, potentially, not totally out of the woods. There's a little bit of that moving through Cedar Rapids and northern Johnson County, too. That is not looking like it's going to strengthen that much. It's outside of the area where there's still some energy for storms to work with, and it should stay pretty modest, certainly compared to the storm near Kyoto right now. But that is looking better for sure. Lots of lightning in that storm moving through Keokuk and Washington counties. That's pretty much our only lightning producer at all right now. So let's see how much lightning it's producing right now. That's 214 strikes on its own, basically, in the last 15 minutes. So yeah, that is quite a bit. Caleb asks, this is a 2 out of 5 for severe weather on later Sunday. I assume he's referring to the Storm Prediction Center's outlook, and no, it is not at this point. For their scale, they have a lower end outlook than that. They are, of course, keeping an eye on it, much like we are, and we will continue to monitor it the Sunday chance for storms and into next week, too. New severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Keokuk as well as Washington, Jefferson, and Henry counties, just like we were discussing. So we're going to go ahead and pause for a second, join our audience on KCRG TV9. Stand with us. I'm meteorologist Corey Thompson in the TV9 First Alert Weather Lab with this severe weather update. A new severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Keokuk, southern Washington, northeastern Jefferson, and northwestern Henry counties goes until 8:45. This storm could produce golf ball sized hail at the very least, as well as some damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. Pretty serious storm. It's been very intense over the past hour, has produced hail up to baseball sized or slightly larger along its path. It is moving to the southeast at a pretty brisk rate. It's going at about 35 miles per hour. So we'll put a quick storm track on it here for you and get you back to the game as soon as we can. It is, again, tracking through this area, this new warning that goes until 8:45. So if you live in Richland, it'll be there in just a few minutes at 7:47. Washington on the edge of this warning, but 7:51 near the airport. Brighton at about 7:55. Ainsworth closer to 7:57. Wayland at 8:04, and then you get down toward Salina at 8:09, Olds at 8:11, and areas into Henry County from there. The storm again has very intense amounts of rain, lightning, potentially hail, golf ball sized or even a little bit larger, and some very strong winds. Seek shelter until these storms pass. We'll be tracking things here in the TV9 Weather Lab. If you want to know more about these storms, check us on our live streaming platforms. We will be doing more coverage there, but for now, back to the game. Stay with your trusted local news source, KCRG TV9. Thank you, John. All right, back to our live stream. New warning, as we discussed, 8:45 is when this expires. It will be for, again, the same threat of golf ball sized hail, as well as 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. The winds are likely moving through and past this area already pretty far ahead. But of course, within the storm, we may see some stronger winds too. You can see this is the outflow from earlier storms, and that is the white line that's been kind of pushing south and southwest a little bit out from those earlier storms. This storm is just behind that line, and so it still has the potential to produce large hail, and it could have some pretty rough looking wind too as well. We'll take a look at this storm's hail path over the last little while and kind of show you that it has gone from producing potentially that really large hail near the area near and northwest of North English and toward Millersburg, but as it continued to track off, it weakened a little bit towards South English. Hail may have actually gotten a little bit smaller, but over the last 10 to 15 minutes, it's shown signs of strengthening again. Lime to tennis ball sized hail possible areas between Harper and Keota, and just about to cross Highway 92. Talleyrand, Grace Hill would be next as the storm continues its trek off to the southeast. It's this big severe thunderstorm warning. Still a tornado possible tag with this warning. Still really does look to my eye that we're talking about a storm that is behind that outflow. You can see it here too on our velocity view, the sort of band of red that goes here. Now the storm is located here, and the edge of the storm is very close to it. And most indications are it's just to the north of it, and so may not have the access to that sort of environment, atmosphere that could produce a tornado. But it's close enough that things could change, and the storm is rotating pretty significantly, at least at the mid-levels, and it's a very strong supercell storm, which is why the threat for large hail is so robust with this storm as it tracks to the southeast. Kinnick asks in the YouTube chat, are we good for no naders? Great question. I would say the threat for that is lower than it was earlier today, but it's not zero, as we just discussed. So be ready to act quickly if you're in the path of this storm. Certainly want to seek shelter anyway, because the storm is going to really pack a punch in terms of the potential for large hail and gusty winds. Even golf ball sized hail, and I'm making it sound like that's not much, would be very significant, could cause damage, could cause injury. So you don't want to be out in it, that's for sure. starting to get some more hail pictures, hail videos potentially. Gonna keep working on trying to find some of those. Got some more wind damage pictures from further back with the storms this afternoon. Obviously, folks getting home from work late this afternoon, getting around to seeing some of that, sending us pictures, which we really appreciate now that the storms have passed, especially. And really just keeping a close eye on these storms, just making sure they're not doing anything too crazy, but it's the hail threat really with these storms as they track southeastward. I'm going to try something we don't use very often, so bear with me if it doesn't work very well. We've got the ability to cut and slice into this storm as it moves in. And you can see it's very tall. And I'm going to kind of tilt a little bit more. I'm going to take off our auto query, which is the thing that pops up the warning. So I'm going to get that out of the way. But the storm is almost 50,000 feet tall. It's consistent with some of the stuff we're seeing off the air here. It could be as tall as 50 to 55,000 feet tall. So you're talking 8 to 10 miles in terms of how high this storm extends up into the atmosphere. And so it really is tapping into some very cold air aloft. And so the sort of hail growth zone is between about 13 to 24,000 feet today. So if you're marking it off here, basically everything in that range is where hail grows at its in between those two lines. That's where hail grows most efficiently. And so there's a lot. And you can see some of those brighter, darker colors extending higher up. And that is why we're seeing that potential for some very large hail. In fact, the National Weather Service just recently updated that warning. You can see it flashing on your screen there. They are back to a severe thunderstorm warning with the potential for up to tennis ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds, so it's still a very intense thunderstorm. There's been no signs of it weakening as it passes to the southeast, but if anything, it's shown stronger signs that it will likely still produce some hail. Let's try to pull up our Sigourney camera again, and we can move it now, hopefully, and get a different view here. As the storm is past Sigourney, so I want to track it off to the southeast. Okay, there we go. We're looking now toward the southeast, past the football field at the high school in Sigourney. Picture's a little blurry. It looks like the lens could use a little cleaning, but that's the storm from a distance. The heaviest part of the storm, it looks like, did pass just east of Sigourney. Likely, it looks like the largest hail maybe affected the Keota area, and now moving down toward Rubio, Pleasant Plain, Brighton, Wayland, all getting involved. Washington, I can't say that you're not going to get any hail, but the largest will likely stay off to the southwest. Still a very intense storm. And there was some indication with Pinpoint Futurecast earlier this evening that things would generally tend to favor the western edge of the clusters of storms as they were moving through the later we got into the night. So that really has sort of come to pass here. All right, let's take a look at this storm again. Pinpoint Doppler radar takes us into southeast Iowa. You can see lots of purples showing up in the storm. That's sort of the composite view, multiple radars scanning the storm as it moves past, but this is the closest radar, and it still has the potential to produce very large hail, especially within this area. That's the main focus in terms of where some of that big hail could be falling, where that purple is showing up. Let's pull back just a little bit, see what the latest speed on this storm is, about 25 miles per hour, which is where it has been. And go ahead and put on a storm track as it tracks to the southeast. So Richland, I think we've called you out a little bit, or a couple times earlier this evening. That's at 7:52. VO at 8:01. Brighton at 8:03. Toward Wayland at about 8:17. Salina at 8:22. Salina potentially. Swedesburg at 8:29. You get down toward Trenton at 8:30. And Rome is just outside this morning at 8:40. So it is moving slowly, but it certainly still poses that threat for severe weather. Brad asks in the YouTube chat, if that main cell stays behind the frontal boundary, the lesser the chance of a tornado. But if it catches the edge or gets in front of the front edge, bad thing can happen. Yes, kind of, yeah, in a really sort of vague and broad sense, that is what we're talking about here. Right now, because it's inside that outflow air, so it's behind that boundary that extends out here, which will draw, extending from southern Keokuk County into Henry County and off into Illinois. North of that is cooler air. And so everything to the north of that is just generally cooler, a little more stabilized. Now, it doesn't mean that the atmosphere is totally stable. That's why the storm still exists, but it's a little bit on the cooler side. Now, if it were to interact with that boundary or end up on the other side of it, it's going to have access to all of this untouched, unstable air, which is still to the south of it. And so that is why this may be helpful in terms of the tornadic risk, but it doesn't make a difference right now in terms of the large hail risk. And so as this continues to track to the south, that boundary, as long as it outpaces this storm, that limits the ability for this to produce really strong, sustainable, potentially tornadic rotation. And instead we end up with a storm that is still strongly rotating, but more at the mid-levels. And while that still results in a very strong storm, very intense storm with the potential to produce large hail, it does limit the tornadic potential, which is great. Hopefully we can keep that the case. Caleb's got one more question. He says, I'm going to hold you to that. No, just kidding. Do you think we could get some severe storms on Monday also? Potentially. Can't rule it out. Really, the picture over the next several days, and let me pull up a sort of a big overview of Pinpoint Futurecast during that time frame to just kind of give you an idea, is just one of a relatively active pattern that we've seen take shape. And we're going to be on the edge of warmer and more humid air. We're going to keep the humidity around today. It's going to be gone on Saturday, or at least a little bit better tomorrow. And then it's going to get really muggy again Sunday into early next week. So that is something to look forward to if you like that kind of weather. Certainly something to not be super excited about if you don't. But here's where we stand Sunday morning, 6 o'clock. And so there could be a pretty good area of storms taking place right on top of us. But as we go forward in time, notice by the afternoon, that area really does clear out a little bit. And so that leaves us with quieter weather during the day and probably some pretty warm and humid conditions. Now by Sunday night, more storms are possible. And it's this area that we're going to have to watch coming in out of the Dakotas. Could be a complex of storms that will track southeastward. You can see that there's going to be a frontal boundary either taking place as a warm front, more likely as a stationary front that I have drawn the backwards. You're going to have to bear with me here. There we go. That's a proper stationary front. And that is the spot where the storms could track and produce additional strong storms. Now, in terms of who gets the strongest, the severest weather out of this, that is always a question that gets answered day by day in a weather pattern like this. And so you see additional storms potentially on Tuesday into Wednesday. And now really the latest indications are we could keep some of that going into Wednesday night or even Thursday, as this weather pattern may take some more time to hang around. And so that does result in sort of a repeat of chances again and again. Each one has at least some shot to produce strong to severe storms, but not a guarantee. And so it's really dependent on what happens the day before. Okay, so here's our storm. Still warned for the potential to produce tennis ball sized hail, still has tons of lightning, still has every indication that it's going to produce some large hail. Look at our hail path. You've seen we've avoided some of the bright reds and those oranges, which are not a common color that we see here, but certainly some reports suggest that 3-inch hail happened right around there. But still very large hail potentially falling in western and southwestern portions of Washington County. We'll put it at our current time. Oops, did not mean to draw a storm track, meant to pinpoint here. And so it really is for areas near Grace Hill, near Brighton, southeast of Talleyrand, Rubio, very much on the edge of this. You could see some of this. These hail detection things on radar are not 100% perfect, but they're pretty good and certainly very useful and have been pretty accurate tonight based on reports. Starting to get more pictures of hail from the Millersburg area. So just really falls in with the theme earlier of that large hail really taking place around there. I'm going to switch over to our velocity view. And you can kind of see it's a little bit of a mess in terms of, we're looking for distinct areas of rotation. And sometimes when it looks like this and it's kind of hard to identify, we use different ways to look at it. And one of the ways is by looking up in the storm. And so what I'm going to do is as I move this, the picture is going to shift a little bit. And that's going to represent higher levels of the atmosphere. And you can see there's some structure to that rotation in terms of it going higher. It's big and broad though, and really more representative of a storm that could produce big hail and maybe some gusty winds too, rather than a sort of imminent tornado threat. But it's definitely worth keeping an eye on. I mean, it has some of that shape, right? But storms that have no tornado threat can also have this shape. Supercells can exist on the cold side of a boundary and still look like a supercell that could produce a tornado, but it's just not going to because it's just not in the proper environment. But I don't want to say that it's impossible. That's why that tornado possible tag still exists for the storm as it tracks in southern Washington County. I'm going to take a wide view here. For the most part, the only storm activity in the state is here in eastern Iowa. Nothing along the cold front towards central Iowa. Must have been just enough of a cap on the atmosphere or something that preventing storm development. You see this big blob of a storm passing southward, likely producing hail, has produced hail along its path. And then additional thunderstorms, potentially. As we turn on lightning tracker, they're weaker, but certainly to produce more rain, maybe a little bit of small hail in portions of Poweshiek, Iowa, Mahaska, and Keokuk County too. So Sigourney, even though you missed the heaviest storm, you're likely to see some of this moving through very, very soon. New update. Golf ball size hail possible with the storm. They cut the morning expectation just a little bit from tennis ball sized hail, so it is pretty intense. Brad commented from the other radar picture how circular the storm shape happened. And so part of the reason why we're seeing this is because when we have this view, it's kind of a composite of multiple radars all together. And so it gives us a nice wide view of everything that's going on from sort of a wide overview perspective. The reason why we're not using it on the close-up view is because you can get some of those smaller storm details. But you can see we've got radars actually located in multiple spots. We're talking Sioux Falls, La Crosse, Davenport, Des Moines, and Omaha. Those are the ones that we have set up pretty much by default. And so all of those are scanning. And so we're getting some information from the Des Moines radar. We're getting some from the Davenport radar. We're really getting some from La Crosse as well, possibly because this storm is nearly 10 miles tall. We could be getting some from the Omaha radar as well. So when those get picked up, what you're picking up is some information from the mid-levels of the storm. And so if we go ahead and trim back who's contributing where, I just took off the Omaha radar and the Sioux Falls radar. And so not a lot of change there. I'm going to take off the Des Moines radar. And so where we're getting that circular shape is because the La Crosse radar is pointed very high up into the atmosphere from here. And so when I take that one away, you get more of that kidney bean shape of the storm. Put La Crosse back on, you've got that circle. So what's happening, and I'll sort of show it again, as we pinpoint here. You see this area right here, where there's less rain. That's basically where the storm, the motion with the storm is going up. It's the updraft. And so that is the spot where air is rushing upwards. It's building into those very tall clouds. It's turning into rain and hail. And that's why there's a little bit of a gap there. But if I take this same radar view and change it, just like we did with the velocity a little bit ago, and change how high up into the atmosphere we're looking, and see, it gets to be more of that circle shape. And that's because while the air is starting to go up, there's not a lot of rain in it. But as it continues going upward, that rain forms, it condenses into clouds, and that's right above where that updraft is. And now we're also getting a little bit of effect. This picture from the lowest view is going to be the newest image, but some of the pictures from up above are going to be a little bit later. They may be a little bit delayed in comparison, just because of the way the radar scans and the way the storm is moving. That is a factor as well. Yes, Brad, that is a factor in the thing you're talking about in terms of the hurricane activity. That is part of what you're seeing in terms of being farther away from the radar. Everything gets more detailed the closer it gets, and more spread out the farther away it gets. Strong storm, still likely producing some hail. Had a report of golf ball sized hail in Brighton, where the storm is Another thing to point out as we just kind of watch and wait and see these storms move through, something that's occurring too is that the storm is showing off its intensity. It's moving a little bit to the right of the overall motion. You can see these storms up here. They're kind of moving this way a little bit, just south of east. This storm here is moving more like this. And so it is, like we saw earlier this afternoon, if you joined us for our coverage of the storms that were moving through more northern portions of the viewing area, it is moving to the right of the overall flow in the atmosphere, which tends to lend some more intensity to the storms, or is a sign of a more intense storm. It's really, it enhances the ingredients available in terms of the wind shear. to this storm. So the change of wind speed and direction with height. So as you go up in the atmosphere, that change, it can be enhanced relative to the storm if it starts moving to the right of other storms in the area, just because of the way it's interacting with the winds in the atmosphere. So that's a sign that we look for a stronger storm. If it starts to lose some of that motion, then it may start to indicate a little bit of weakening. But so far, not seeing that. That's why this severe thunderstorm warning continues for another half hour or so. Goes for that now listed as ping pong ball sized hail. They've backed down a little bit in terms of the latest update to the warning. So that's always a positive. We like to see that. All right, folks, sorry for the pause there. It's catching up with meteorologist Joe Winters, just arriving back from our town, Bellevue. He and Jackie Kennan were supposed to do live news and live interviews and all sorts of fun out there today as part of our town, which has been Bellevue this week. Jackie's reporting has been great. It's been really fun stuff. But weather obviously kind of stepped on that, which is too bad. Yeah, they did not get to do their live shots, except for one each. Joe appeared briefly and Jackie appeared briefly. This storm really has maintained its intensity as it tracks off to the southeast. You can see it moving in a pretty straightforward manner. Sigourney starting to see more rain and storms. Let's see if our city cam wants to work. We were having some connection issues earlier. Yeah, let's try to move that. See if we can get a picture. Sorry for the quick motion there on the city cam. I know that can be a little disorienting sometimes, but certainly some dark skies. And very bright skies too. Sometimes you get that, where you've got light coming in with storms in the area. This is not the severe thunderstorm that we've been talking about, but just some more storms on the backside of this they continue to shift through. So that's what we're facing there. I'm gonna try to pull in a couple more to look at. Maybe we've got some interesting sunsets going on. Our Manicolony City Cam, this is looking, I believe, southwestward generally, or south perhaps. Still pretty overcast there. Coralville City Cam, some of that color sneaking in from the west, but also still pretty obscured. Let's take a look at our North Liberty City Cam. And it's just getting some of that sunset color sneaking in, but still a lot of cloud cover to block out a lot of it. So that's kind of a set of views from our CityCam network. At this point, there is one severe thunderstorm warning left. It's for far southern Washington County. As this storm continues moving off to the southeast. If you're in the path of this storm, east of Fairfield, northeastern Jefferson County, northwestern Henry County, make sure to seek shelter. But the good news is that while to my eye, things haven't changed a lot, we are starting to see some sign of weakening of this storm. It doesn't have those really tall sections anymore. In fact, the tallest portion of it now is about 50,000 feet. We were talking 55,000 feet earlier. And so that's a sign that the storm is weakening a little bit. If we turn our lightning tracker, still a ton of lightning, so no sign of that as being a good indicator for some weakening of this storm. But some other signs that perhaps the threat has lessened a little bit, just a little bit. That's part of the reason why the National Weather Service just has it listed as quarter-sized hail as the threat right now. Again, which is a step in the right direction. If we're looking to get out of this severe weather situation, I think which we all are, I would be happy to see that kind of go away. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and do a couple of things here. I'm kind of watching stuff off camera here in terms of getting the latest information, looking ahead into the weekend. I just want to pull in the latest look at Pinpoint Futurecast. So bear with me. I'm going to leave the radar frozen there for a moment. I really just want to see the latest version of it here. So here's where we stand. This is Pinpoint Futurecast at 8 o'clock tonight. You can see it's got a pretty good idea of the storms, not the exact shape, but the heaviest storm got the location totally right. So as we go later into the night and really through tomorrow, we're not expecting much trouble. Instead, nice weather on Saturday. A little bit of a northerly wind brings in slightly lower dew points. We'll be in the low to mid 60s for dew points. That still is a little bit humid, but not the same type of mugginess that we experienced today. By later Saturday night, that's when we're going to be watching for additional shower and storm development. It does look like most of us will stay mostly dry for most of the night, but then we get into the start of Sunday. There's some storms moving in from the northwest, and it affects us during the morning. Now, they will likely be in a bit of a weakening phase, but during that time, we can't fully rule out a stronger storm or two. Then we really do wait until later Sunday night. That's when we could see some new storm development again that could go into Monday morning. So that's the two time frames to watch as we look ahead toward that. So more storms to come. Some of those could be on the strong side too. We will be monitoring them as they approach. But our severe thunderstorm warning, it's one. It's for portions of very far southern Washington County, even though the heaviest portion has now passed into Jefferson and Henry County. It goes for another 18 minutes as these storms move through. All right, folks, here's where we stand. I'm going to go ahead and do the situation where we leave the stream running and give you that loop of information, including city cams, live pinpoint Doppler radar, and other information about the severe weather threat as it still stands. It does look like the threat in eastern Iowa is really starting to wind down. The one storm in southeast Iowa moving through Jefferson and Henry counties, but that's about it in terms of where the threat exists. Otherwise, we've got some more run-of-the-mill storms towards Sigourney and portions of Iowa and Johnson counties. So it does look like we're going to leave our anchored coverage for now. Thank you for joining us throughout the last several hours here on our live streams. We've had some pretty intense storms. Hopefully we helped keep you safe. We appreciate that you trust us in terms of keeping you safe. And that's why, frankly, that's why we do it, in order to do that. And so we will keep a close eye on these storms as they continue tracking off to the southeast. If conditions warrant, we will jump in and give you a little more information. We will give you one update before we go. New severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Jefferson, southwestern Henry counties. It also goes into Lee and Van Buren counties down in southeast Iowa. This is for the same quarter-sized hail potential as the storm tracks off to the southeast. For now, though, again, thank you very much for joining us. Stick with us. Stream stays up, and we will join you as needed.